David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragog, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragog, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
this meeting to order. Tuesday, May 23rd, 28th, 2024, regular BCC meeting. And can we have our roll call?
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Here.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Here.
Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Present.
Commissioner Camilla Bustamante.
Present.
And Chair Hank Hughes.
Present.
Thank you.
We have a quorum. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, and the sea of Florida, our perfect friendship among united cultures. And the land acknowledgement, I acknowledge that this county building in Santa Fe County is on the original homelands of the Tiwa people, who know it as Oga Poge Owingeh, White Shell Watering Place. And our moment of reflection, Public Works Department, Frankie Martinez. Coming down the hallway right now. Okay.
Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today. Being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interests of our community, we take a moment of silence.
And let us also take a moment of silence for our veterans who passed away, since yesterday was Memorial Day. Okay. I just want to mention regarding the agenda that we have the public hearing at exactly 3:45, well, as exactly as possible, given the other things going on. But we're going to try to make it easier for people to make public comment by doing it at 3:45, which will be right after our 3:30 break. And then other than that, are there changes to the agenda? Manager Schaefer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You highlighted the one change to the agenda from the version that was posted on Friday, which was to specify that public comment would be taken at 3:45 p.m. So that folks could time their participation in today's proceedings accordingly. I would just note relative to substantive items that the original agenda for today's meeting was posted on Tuesday, May 21st, and the amended agenda was posted on Friday, May 24th, more than 72 hours in advance of today's meeting as required by the Open Meetings Act. The substantive changes were to add to the consent agenda item 4F, as well as to update the caption and the packet material for items 7C. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve as
Okay, motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hansen. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion, the agenda is approved, and we move on to years of service, retirement, and new hire recognitions. County Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'm going to start with our new hires. Pleased to report not insignificant number of new hires joining the county in a variety of capacities. They are Joseph Benson, as well as Katrina Campos, both of whom joined our corrections division as detention officers. In the county clerk's office, Celeste Garcia joined that team as an operations manager. In our county manager's office, John Baker joined HR and risk management division as a safety coordinator, and Kimberly Vigil joined our team as a new constituent services liaison. In our community services department, Sonia Bertola and Raquel Leva both joined the community services as a case manager for the Engage program, as well as an administrative assistant. In our public works department, we had a variety of new hires, including Sergio Elderete Delgado and Jeremiah Fresquez and Joshua Lott. They were in our project and facilities management and also as a truck driver in our solid waste department, respectively. We had 3 new hires in our utilities department, Carlos Casillas, Frankie Martinez, and Justin Martinez. We also had a data analyst manager in the administrative services section of the Public Works Department, Charles Connor, and several additional hires in the Corrections Department, Derek Duran, David Mendoza Endujo, and Daniel Payne. Don Brad Call joined the county as our emergency management director. Jim Lott joined the team as a driver's cook's assistant, and Nicholas Brownfield joined our land use department as a GPS or technician. We also had 2 additional team members in Public Works, Azil Portillo Chavez and Gabriel Montoya Jr., and then finally in our HR department, Ramiro Perea. Again, always great to see such a long list of new hires at the county, and it underscores very much the diverse nature of our operations. So welcome all of our new team members. In terms of years of service, we have several employees who are recognizing 5- and 10-year anniversaries with the county. Those recognizing a 5-year anniversary are Jessica Casillas in the Human Resources Department, Jerry Gonzalez in our Solid Waste Division of Public Works, Destiny Romero in the Land Use Department, Manuel Segura in the Sheriff's Department, Kimberly Serrano in the Land Use Department or Division, Diana Marez in our Medical Services Unit of the Corrections Department, Wallace Starks in the Fire Department, and Clifford Vance in our Public Works Department. In terms of those recognizing 10-year anniversaries, they are Annette Montoya, Leanne in the Adult Detention Facility, Leanne Rodriguez with our DWI program, and Henry Casanova also with our Adult Correction Facility. Finally, we do have 2 longstanding team members who are retiring. They are Assistant Chief Martin Vigil of the Fire Department and the Growth Management Department Director, Penny Ellis Green, both of whom are ending their careers with Santa Fe County at the end of this month. So please join me, board, in again both welcoming our new team members as well as congratulating those who are marking significant milestones with the county, and wishing well those who are starting the next chapter of their lives in retirement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Comments from the board? Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Manager Schaefer. Just a all-around appreciation to the, especially the folks that are retiring, and the folks that worked with us for close to 30 years is a pretty amazing amount of time dedicated to Santa Fe County. And I've gotten to work with both Penny and ACV Hill. And it'll be sad to see them go, but we will also, think of them fondly over the years to come. And then, as now I've been here for almost a year and a half, I've actually gotten to work with some of the people that have been here 5 and 10 years, and we have a great team. So I really appreciate everybody sticking with us. And if there's anything we can do to help your tenure here, please always feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Mr. Hanson? Oh. Hamilton.
Yes, I just want to add my voice to thanking everybody and saying congratulations, but particularly to Martin V. Hill and Penny Ellis Green for everything they contributed to the county.
Yep. And Commissioner Bustamante?
Yes, I too want to thank both of them for their service. I remember when Penny Ellis Green got here in '95, and she was new to the United States and now has the baby she was carrying as an adult, which will happen over time. But we have seen a lot of, if you're lucky, okay. But we've seen a lot of development in the processes and how growth management has really refined certain processes. So I'm grateful for the good work of Penny Ellis Green and happy for her opportunity to move forward. Specifically with our Martin V. Hill and our assistant chief, I have never met someone who was so front-facing to the community, who went to the community college and trained people on being CERT team members, who made sure there were a team of citizen emergency response people on the walk to Chimayo year after year after year, incredibly valuable in what it meant to be responsive, interested, supportive to community members, and saw him at many a mishap, a fire, whatever the case may be, just being there and communicating with the community members in support of their concerns. So to both of them, I'm so grateful for their contribution to the county and wish them all the best in what the future holds. Thank you.
I agree with you, Mr. Bustamante. Thank both people who retired, and particularly AC Martin V. Hill. I worked many public meetings with him and appreciated it, and we'll miss him. And of course, Penny Ellis Green will be missed as well. But the people who are with the many years of service, congratulations. Let's continue. Recognition of employees for awards, accreditations, recognitions, and other accomplishments. Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I just wanted to take a brief moment to acknowledge 5 Public Works employees who provided traffic control so that the Knights of Columbus could successfully install military banners along entry roads to the city of Santa Fe just in time for yesterday's Memorial Day holiday. Those employees are Seferino Houston, Andy Vargas, Julian Gutierrez, Riz Lujan, and Nicholas Lujan. May seem like a small thing, but it's representative of county employees who go, above and beyond their typical job duties on a regular basis to serve their community. And as anyone who's followed, news surrounding those banners knows, it is of great importance to those members of the community who not only lost loved ones who served our country, but also to those who organized those banners. So again, I just wanted to recognize those 5 Public Works employees for their assistance in getting those banners up. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson.
I also want to recognize and thank the employees. My father was a World War II veteran. He was an immigrant who came to this country and went to fight in World War II because his homeland of Denmark was being attacked. And so it's really special to me to see these flags up on the streets. And this morning when I was driving out of town to pick up something, I saw them and they look so beautiful. So thank you very much for putting those up for all the families in New Mexico. Thank you.
Anything else? Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, a shout out to County Management and the Public Works senior staff who made this possible. This was a request from some of the folks at the Knights of Columbus and some community leaders in town that asked for the county's help and contacted me to get this coordinated. And it was nice that it was easy. It was relatively easy. So some of these things take a long time, but we were pretty prompt about saying yes, and we got to give a shout out when that happens. And so this was a great thing to help in whatever way we could and the appropriate way, and I really appreciate staff stepping up for this. So thank you guys, and thank you everybody.
Okay, anything else? All right, let's move on to approve of April 12th, 2024 Board of County Commission special meeting minutes.
I move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, April 12th minutes are approved. April 19th, 2024.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, April 19th are approved. And a request approval of April 30th, 2024 Board of County Commission meeting minutes.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. And all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. And now we move on, skip number 3 because there are no proclamations. Number 4, consent agenda. Anybody want to remove any items from the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, move to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, the consent agenda is approved, and we need a couple of resolution numbers.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, 4D is 2024-070, and 4E is 2024-071.
Very good, thank you. And we will start on the Assessor's Annual Report and Valuation Maintenance Program presentation on the Assessor's Annual Report, County Assessor Isaiah Romero.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Good to see you all. Okay, let's see if this clicker works. We will go over the annual report first, and Ivan will go over the property valuation maintenance program after myself. Okay. It's not working. I don't know if I'm doing this correctly. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay.
There we go.
All right. So there's the first picture. I took that picture, so I'm glad they wanted to adopt the picture that I took downtown Santa Fe. We'll go to the next page. All right, we're going to discuss a couple value terms that we have within our office. The first term that I'd like to speak to you about is the market value, right? The market value is the value that a certain property would expect to sell out at a given market. And that's usually done through a system that we call ProVal. The next value that I want to talk about is the assessed value. And the assessed value would be the market value minus whatever is taken in effect due to the 3% limitation to valuation. So there's a state statute that only allows us to increase property after a year 3% per year if there's no changes in ownership or any change within the property physically. Then there's the taxable property, that is 1/3 of that. And the last value that we want to talk about is net taxable value. And the net taxable value would be the taxable value minus the exemptions that are on that property. Go ahead and go to page 2. And this big box is a comparison of valuation from 2023 to 2024. If you look at the 2023 valuation for the county would be, again, this is taxable value, would be 10 billion, roughly 10.5 billion. And for 2024, it will be 11.3 billion. If you continue to go down, you'll see that was the real estate numbers. If you continue to go down, it will include the personal property numbers. So we value personal property, which would be any business within Santa Fe County need to report to us their personal property for taxation, as well as manufactured homes, livestock, and those values are there as well. So it's the 95 million in 2023, 103 million for 2024, and you get to a number towards the bottom of a taxable value of 10,942, 498, and 996 for 2023. For 2024, you have 11,440, 552, 577. After the exemptions that have taken place, if you want to take a look at, we have questions like this every now and then. What is the total amount for veterans? Veterans exemption is $4,000 on your taxable value. So that was the only one that kind of somewhat went down this year. And it's roughly $18 million, almost $19 million in 2023, went down to about $18,600,000 for 2024. For 100% disabled, it's roughly $71 million and $83 million for 2024. Head of household exemptions. Oh, let me explain head of disabled veterans. I'm sorry. So disabled veterans is any veteran that is disabled due to combat. They receive an exemption where they don't pay taxes, property taxes, once they've applied for it and brought in the necessary documentation. And those are those values there. I went over those earlier. Head of household is an exemption created for those who want to create New Mexico, or not create, but have New Mexico as their permanent residence. And on their permanent residence, they get a exemption of $2,000 on their taxable value. And the total of that is 45 million roughly for 2023, and it stayed pretty close. Went up slightly in 2024 to 45.4 from 45,300,000 in 2023. Other exemption residential is 92, and for 2024 it would be 94. Other exemption non-residential would be 1 billion 23, and for 2024 is close as well as 1,109,000,000. Excuse me. When you get to the subtotal of the exemptions, you take that off of the, bless you, the total amounts on the top. You get to 9,690,000,000 for 2023, and roughly 10,087,000,000 for 2024. To the right, you can't really read that there. Let me see if I can read it here. Is the agricultural values, and the grand total for the agricultural values that essentially people save on value is about 495 million in valuation. Now we look at protests. In 2023, we had 1,676 appeals. So essentially those are taxpayers who are formally disagreeing with their valuation. And in 2022, we had 1,092. And the reason for that is, we increased a lot of the commercial values in 2023 because we had decreased them per COVID in 2020 and 2021. So we brought them back up to market. I'm going to go into the very bottom of that. The total final adjusted values for the county was 1,633,000,000 for 2023 and 658 million for 2022. And I'll give you some numbers for today. So we sent out the notice of values this year on May 1st, and up to this morning, they have the public they have to the 31st to file an appeal, and we currently have 943 protests, and there are about, I think this time last year we had about 1,300. So we're down from last year. The history of new value added to the market. So this is any new value, any new porches, any new additions, any new value, new homes, things of that nature. You can see in 2024, we're at 428 million, roughly. 2023, we were at 523 million. 2022, let me address 2023. So in 2023, I believe that increased due to the fact that we placed the hospitals on the tax rolls for the first time. Though that was about, I believe it was close to and market value was close to 300 million. And that's why that increased so much in 2023. Currently, those appeals are being heard from last year, and they aren't fully completed. 2022, 349 million. 2021, 278 million, and 2020, 291 million. As you can see, I mean, obviously with the market, the real estate market doing pretty well, we're seeing inflation hit, right, as well as market properties increasing in value. That's somewhat the reason why you're seeing the increases in 2023 and 2024 as well. A lot of building has been taking place. We'll talk about that later on in the presentation. So this is net taxable value history, and this is anything that isn't new, right? This is usually the increase of the 3% on each parcel. 2024, we have 396 million. 2023 is 996 million. 2022 is 654 million, and 2021 is 211 million. And 2020 is 306 million. So these are the ratios that are the standard for our mass appraisal of commercial parcels, and the mean is at 9.4, and the standard should be from 90 to 110 according to IWO. And what IWO is, it's the International Association of Assessing Officers. Sorry, it's a mouthful. And they give us the direction as far as what are the standards for assessment assessors' offices, not just through the nation but globally, and that is the standard for the mean ratio. The median ratio should be roughly 90 to 110. We're at 94. The coefficient of dispersion of the sales information should be about 10.95. 10% to 15%, we're at about 10.95. The price-related differential should be from 98% to 103%, and we're at about 100%, close to 101. I'll go through this kind of quick. So our permits for 2020 for the city and county, city was 1,538, the county was 1,148, and both entities send us their information on permits monthly. So we do follow permits monthly and review them for new construction. 2021, city permits was at 1,844. County are at 1,369. 2022, city permits were at 1,944. The county are at 1,444. In 2023, we had city permits at 1,049 and the county at 1,302. So you've seen a slight drop of construction from 2022 to 2023, and it's kind of following what 2022 and 2021 was doing, and that a lot of that's due to the cost of construction. Sales affidavits. So we receive sales affidavits for all residential property. We don't receive sales information for non-residential parcels. So if a commercial building sells or a vacant parcel sells, we do not receive that sales information per statute. So for 2020, we received 1,929 city affidavits, residential again, 1,647 county, 2,124 for 2021 for city affidavits, 1,910 for county affidavits in 2021. For 2022, we received 1,698 city affidavits. For county, 1,573. For the year of 2023, we received 1,438 city affidavits and 1,404 county affidavits. And this is somewhat following the trend with the construction and the building permits, that it seems to be slowing down slightly. And again, just speaking to a lot of contractors and those who are building right in the county, a lot of them are saying, yeah, we still have work, but it's not, we don't have work just piling up and waiting for us as it was in 2022. So we'll go through this real quick. So the total non-residential for 2023 is 7 billion, roughly. The total non-residential value is 3 billion, and the total net taxable value was 9 billion for 2023. For 2024, total residential value, again, those are homes, are 8 billion, roughly. For non-residential in 2024, we have 3 billion. And the total taxable for 2024 is 10 billion. New construction for 2023 was 523 million, and again it went down slightly for 2024 to 428 million. So accomplishments. I knew I should have thrown my gum out. Sorry, guys. I'm like, throw your gum out. It's like you could hide under your tongue. Sorry, guys. But accomplishments. So every Monday morning, and I know a lot of commissioners have been a part of this, we have conducted 8-10 meetings, and those are meetings that we have with the staff, and we inform them and let them know what things are coming and what things are in the works, especially through the affiliate or with commissioners or with the public. That was something we wanted to stay consistent with, and we've been pretty consistent. And that was something that Ivan said, okay, if we decide to do this, we have to do it every week. We can't miss, right? So we were pretty consistent with that in informing the staff on what's coming and what's happening with our office, as well as inviting commissioners and commissioners to come into our office for an 8-10 meeting to meet the staff and the county manager, to have just a quick conversation of what's going on with the rest of the county as well. Educational presentations. We conducted presentations to the Santa Fe County offices and real estate agencies concerning our role and our responsibilities. So we met with a lot of real estate agencies to let them know what's going on with the notice of value and some of the decisions that we've made with the office. New Mexico County's Assessors Affiliate Involvement. I'm part of the affiliate. I'm the vice chair. We're involved with many of the legislative initiatives. One would be we increased the incentive pay our first year. So those individuals within our office who work in appraisal, they take courses, and those courses, they receive an incentive pay. They increase that amount. We increase that amount. The other thing we're trying to do, as I stated earlier, we don't receive, again, non-residential sales information, vacant land or commercial. So we're trying to make create an initiative to discuss that with the community, and we tried to do that legislatively, and we're still working on that. FY budget, we completed the second year FY budget, became more familiar with current process and made updates as necessary. New office volunteer groups, we have a few groups that help us to either work on our social media platforms, because I think the conversation was, we have one individual who's working on our social media pages, and we felt, hey, we need to have a group who understands more of a global perspective of the county and different age groups and cultures. So we created a group to kind of guide and direct that. Website upgrade. If you go to our website, what we try to do is jump on with the county to have a similar website that looks somewhat like your website. And ours previously had different functions that were a little bit more difficult to utilize, and we really wanted to jump on board with the rest of the county, so our webpage looks like yours, and be a part of that. Website upgrade, let's see, and completed first and second property tax division evaluations. We've completed first and second notice of value mailouts, completed first and second business personal property mailouts as well. Short-term rental process, mailed out letters, questionnaires informing property owners of STR identification. We present information to the public in many educational outreaches around Santa Fe County, and we try to do our best to make sure the public understands and knows what the statute states and what our decision is and what we were in the middle of doing or what we were about to do. Hospitals, I spoke about hospitals earlier. This year was the first year we placed the hospitals on the tax rolls. They are requesting an exemption to be an exempt entity in the form of charitable, and we're going through that process right now. Transition the reappraisal plan review. We transitioned from a 3-year review to a 4-year review to shift our focus on quality over quantity. We're currently working through phase 2 of this reappraisal plan. We started in the Edgewood area and we're continually going north. And we're hoping to really go through the information and the data and capture everything that is out there, reviewing each parcel through orthophotography. Santa Fe Public Schools internship program. We partnered with Santa Fe Public Schools to host one hired student intern, and that individual worked out really well. She enjoyed working for our office. We enjoyed working with her. And she said she would like to make Santa Fe a place that she would like to work in the future. So I think she enjoyed it. Implemented new workflows. In partnership with Terralogic and our systems programmer, these workflows included Corriente, a workflow for all documents received over the counter through email or via mail, real reviews and short-term rentals and business personal property. So this is really cool. This is one that, you know, when things happen within the office, that you don't have to be aware of, kind of like that window, right? It's getting cleaned. We don't have to do it. You know, that's a win for me. So they, within the office, the leaders within the office created a workflow that anything that comes in the office is scanned and pushed through the workflow and directed to each individual to work on. So that was pretty big for us. We collaborated with Human Resources to update job descriptions. There were a few job descriptions that we felt were far more complex than what their description had stated prior. So we were able to work on those. Office reorganization. We classified CAMLA specialists to a chief mass appraiser to better align with management functions and oversee new program specialist position. Address personal changes. This allowed us to effectively align appraiser and the chief positions. Goals. So continued communication with improved working relationship with human resources and hopes to continue strategic efforts to serve the community with our workforce. In our industry, we're starting to see, as we work in mass appraisal, you're starting to see a lot more work with statistics and a lot less boots to the ground because you're able to utilize software and orthophotography to your advantage, and we're starting to see that and we're starting to decide and plan where do these different individuals need to move and go for the future. Continued camaraderie in working relationships and participation in public relations with the clerk's office and the treasurer's office. We have worked together and brought our 3 offices together in many ways. One was a fiesta celebration, holiday festivities, public outreaches. We try to have public outreaches where the clerk and the treasurer are present, and myself, as well as radio programs. If it's up north, then all of us are on the radio together, so they hear from all of us. I think that's a good thing and makes us a stronger team. Future technological advances. That's one that I know the county manager is very excited about, is hoping to have a system, right, that the whole county can utilize, and we're hoping to jump on with that as well, right, where we have our CAMA system is the same system as the counties, and that's something that we would like to improve on in the future. Refining process for mobile homes, agricultural accounts, business personal property, and auditing of short-term rentals. So we're working on that as well. We have an individual or an FTE or full-time employee that we requested to help us in these areas where we feel like they are areas of growth. We continue to work with New Mexico County Assessors Affiliate and the state of New Mexico to collaborate issues for more uniformity and less independent processes. As stated previously, I am the vice chair of the affiliate. I'm going to have to host the next affiliate meeting, and I think the advantage of that is, hey, what thing I'm asking the other counties, what things do you guys want to speak about or to talk about? And oftentimes, I'm able to tell them, hey, these are the things that we're going through. These are the things that we're working through. And a lot of times they may see that we're working on it and we're halfway there or halfway through, and they want to discuss it more, and they feel like they may want to adopt it. Continue to work with New Mexico counties. Creation of new workflows to keep the office moving forward and assisting us with the completion of tasks. So there's many other areas within the office that we want to create workflows for, just to make sure that things don't get lost, first of all, and are guided and directed to the right place. Budget collaboration with Finance and County Manager's Office for continued knowledge and stewardship of taxpayer money. And a lot of times, we're requesting an amount and we may not be spending that total amount. Well, then I don't know why we're requesting that amount. So I want to pull back so we have a better coverage of what we're requesting, what we're receiving, especially through the 1% fund. Successful implementation of data analyst position as it relates to the creation and distribution of queries and lists that will assist the chief mass appraiser, system programmer, quality control, and all remaining section supervisors. And the data analysts will assist us in creating data sets to help guide the office and director office, and also to be able to offer that to the public in the form of a NIPRA. Other than that, I believe Ivan is next.
All right, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, this is halftime, so I will take over from here. Let me see if I could adjust this a little bit. All right, so what I'm going to talk about is the Property Valuation Maintenance Program, essentially what we do every year. So we've also submitted, I'll go through a condensed version of this. We submitted a full version of the Property Valuation Maintenance Program with updates to pages 6 and 7. All right, so we'll go ahead and get into what is the purpose of this. The Office of the Santa Fe County Assessor has a statutory obligation to determine valuation for all property subject to property taxes, and shall implement a program of updating property values so that current and correct values of property are maintained. Some of the property valuation components are, first of all, the valuation of data maintenance and of all taxable parcels on a yearly cycle, and a door-to-door reinspection plan for all improved properties within 5 to 6 years. In our office, we're doing this every 4 years, as Isaiah or Assessor Romero stated earlier. All right, so the next thing we'll look at here is the operating budget. I'll try to go through this fairly quick. I know that we presented a lot of similar information last year, but I'll try and get through this pretty quick. So the operating budget, we have two budgets, as mentioned, the general fund, which is directly funded from the county, and the county property valuation fund, which is also the 203 fund. This is a special use fund that may only be used by the assessor for the purpose of valuation maintenance. The procedures are for this. Planning, which we do this from January to February, prepare the forms in February, actual informal budget hearings in March, commission meetings or hearings in April, and the final adjustments in May. Now, the goal of this is to obtain adequately funded budgets and other resources necessary to complete a comprehensive, fair, and equitable valuation maintenance plan while ensuring accountable and efficient use of those resources. So here's an actual look at our funds. So on the left-hand side, you have the 101, which is the general fund, and on the right-hand side, you have the 203 or the 1% fund. Again, these red marks or the red bars on the bar graph are budgeted opposed to actual. So that's what we budgeted for 23-24. This includes this increase that you see different from the other lines. This has to do with the incentive pay going up, the salaries and wages that were increased, as well as capital requests such as vehicles, servers, and workflows that we had in our capital requests. This is a cumulative combined budget. And again, this is budgeted in the current fiscal year opposed to the actuals in the previous years. All right, the next thing I will talk about is real property ownership transfers. So this is a big thing, and this is something that our office tracks. There are about 30 to 50 property transfers that happen in Santa Fe County every day. As a matter of fact, today, I was talking to Assessor Romero, and he said there were 70 today. So a lot of activity. This is something that doesn't stop. So this is January through December. As properties are changing hands, we are responsible for updating those changes. This is our data appraisal program manager and 2 assessment specialists. So 3 people are overseeing all of these changes every day. So the summary of this is legal documents that transfer ownership in real property such as deeds are recorded in the clerk's office. And like I said, that's our responsibility to update the records on the assessor's accounts. The goal is to enter all transfers into a database within 2 weeks of the county clerk's filing date and minimize data entry errors. All right, so the next thing I will talk about is GIS. All right, so GIS parcel mapping and maintenance. This is also one of the primary responsibilities of the assessor and any assessor's office is to locate every property and to map it. Again, this is reoccurring. This is January to December. We have a GIS specialist or a supervisor and 2 technicians, GIS technicians. The summary is we plat and other legal documents that initiate a change into the legal boundaries of a parcel or parcels are typically filed and processed throughout the year with the county clerk's office. The assessor's office receives copies of the documents and is responsible for creating and maintaining parcel-based tax maps from the recorded documents. The goal is that we update all records and map each year prior to the notice of value mailing out. The next thing I will talk about is the valuation or appraisal for real and personal property. And again, this is January to December, so this is ongoing. There are three chief appraisers, 6 senior appraisers, 12 appraisers, and 1 data appraisal program manager and a CAMA specialist that are responsible for the valuation and appraisal for all property. The summary: employing a 1-year cycle is a tremendous undertaking by the office. However, this cycle is most beneficial to the taxpayer. So the procedures are, as Assessor Romero mentioned, reviewing affidavits, new construction permits, building permits, land splits and merges, agricultural grazing, reviews, CAMA modeling, or CAMA for computer-assisted mass appraisal. So modeling, and that is handled by our chief mass appraiser in February. Data entry, business personal property, and livestock renditions, and then manufactured home valuation and tax releases, which happen, again, every day. So this is kind of how we value and appraise things every day. So I'm going to talk about the 3 approaches to valuation. I know we talk about the International Association of Assessing Officers, or IAAO. We will always call it IAAO. There are 3 accepted methods to how we value property. We have the sales comparison approach, which is the most commonly used. This is compares recently sold local similar properties to the subject. Price adjustments are made for differences in the comparable and subject property. You have the cost approach, which estimates the replacement cost new of the improvements less the estimated accrued depreciation plus the market value of the land. We use a cost manual, Marshall and Swift, which is kind of like the industry standard, and it's a database of regional costs of construction. And then the income approach, which requires an appraiser to capitalize net income after allowable expenses of a property into an estimate of market value. The next thing we'll talk about here is quality control and preparation of valuation data and the printing for NOVs, or notices of value. The time frame for this is February to March 10th. This year it went to April 10th because we sent out a month later. So this would be the systems programmer, the quality control team, and appraisal staff. And the summary of this is, after all the appraisal work has been completed for each new tax year and prior to the notices of value being mailed, data is processed for errors. This is necessary in order to prevent major problems prior to the mailing. The procedures are checking for errors. So again, going back to what Assessor Romero was talking about, running queries to make sure that we're looking at all the data, checking outliers to make sure that everything is looking good. If we have to, assigning field reviews at that time for staff to go out and check the physical property, and then also to deliver the data to the vendor. From that, we go into the actual mailing of the notices of value. So this is happening April 1st every year, except for this year. Again, this happened on May 1st. This is all hands on deck. This is everybody's involved. Assessors are mandated to mail all notices of value every year by April 1st, unless an extension has been granted, which in this case this year, that was done. There's a 30-day time period from the date of the NOV mail out, for which is known as the rendition period. This is when taxpayers can file protests if they disagree with their values, or if they can file for exemptions and benefits during this time. So the procedures for this are: we mail the notices of value, public assistance or outreach. We have our traffic in the office goes up tremendously during this time because we have phone calls. I mean, we're sending out over 90,000 notices of value. So our phone calls, our office, our chat, everything kind of goes through the roof during that time. We receive protest petitions, again, as Isaiah mentioned, about 1,000. That's where we're at right now. Application review and data entry. So this all will continue to carry past the date, but we have to get all of that information into our system before the tax bills are mailed out later on in the year. A marketing spike also happens during this time because we're trying to let the public know what we're doing in our office. So you might hear Assessor Romero and I on Que Suave, Que Dice, and everywhere else, because we're trying to let the public know what we're doing and let them know about that crucial 30-day period of time to protest and to apply for exemptions. So I talked a little bit about the valuation protest. This is during that 30-day period where people can initiate their protests. So here, this graph represents historical protests. Again, currently, as of this morning, we're at 943, so just shy of 1,000. Hopefully, it doesn't jump up too much because some protests can be pretty grueling. So that's where we're at currently compared to the previous years. However, if you're unable to file a protest during that 30-day window, you can always apply for a claim for refund. Now, if a constituent misses the deadline to file a protest, they may file a claim of refund in the district court after the county treasurer mails out the tax bills in November every year. Payment of all taxes due in accordance with the tax bill must be made prior to the delinquency date before filing a claim for refund. Once the court has determined the amount of the refund, if any, the county's assessor or treasurer will make the appropriate changes, and claim for refunds, amongst other issues, are usually defended in court by the assessor's contracted attorney with assistance and testimony from assessor's office staff. We're getting close, guys. I promise. Just a couple more slides. Staffing and professional development. So this is something that I think we take a lot of pride in. As you can see, we have many staff in the office. I don't want you to check my math, but I'm saying we're probably around 44, 43 employees right now in our office. And what we do is, in order to accurately and professionally accomplish the mandated duties of the office, the assessor must hire educated, experienced, and motivated individuals. We talked about the incentive pay earlier. Incentive pay is authorized upon completion of a series of four one-week-long courses taught by professional standard experts from IAAO. An assessor, deputy, or appraiser can earn the designation of certified appraiser issued by the New Mexico Property Tax Division. The Santa Fe County Assessor's Office has 19 full-time employees designated as New Mexico certified appraisers. Appraisal certification ensures adequate knowledge of the principles of property appraisals, assessment techniques, and property tax laws. Certification also enhances an individual and the public's confidence in the work that's being performed in our office. So that's extremely important to us, and we will always support staff as they want to go on their mission of becoming a New Mexico certified appraiser. The other thing that I wanted to add is the New Mexico Edge County College, in collaboration with the New Mexico Assessors Affiliate, has developed a certification curriculum specific to New Mexico County Assessors offices for a New Mexico Certified Public Assessing Official. Gosh, these words. Designation. New Mexico Edge has also partnered with Santa Fe County to give staff the opportunity to become a New Mexico Certified Public Official, a New Mexico Public Supervisor, and so much more. Several of our appraisers are currently working towards one, if not multiple certifications. And again, thank you guys so much, because I know that this goes back to Santa Fe County supporting not just our office, but other offices around the county. And we sincerely thank you for that. That's a huge, huge opportunity for staff members. All right, periodic door-to-door reinspection. This is what we commonly refer to as our reappraisal plan. The second essential component to property valuation is to do door-to-door reinspection. So the prior reinspection plan commenced in 2022. So prior to Assessor Romero, the prior administration had a 3-year plan where they went through the whole county in 3 years. However, when Isaiah became the assessor in 2023, we talked about making this a 4-year parcel by parcel reinspection plan. And we wanted to prioritize quality over quantity and make sure that we were getting good appraisals during that time. So we changed the years a little bit. So phase 1, as you'll see, this is the southern portion of Santa Fe, so Edgewood, Stanley, Madrid. This was completed last year. This was 33 residential neighborhoods, 24 commercial, consisting of about 20,700 parcels. So that was completed last year. We are on board and looking forward to starting phase 2 of this plan, and this will be in the Pojoaque, Española, and northern portion of Santa Fe County. This is containing about 28 residential neighborhoods, 11 commercial, and consisting of about 19,847 parcels in total. So we're getting ready to start our next phase in the reappraisal plan. Here is a map. Ooh, sorry. Here's a map of what we accomplished last year. So the blue on both, on the left-hand side, you have the residential, and on the right-hand side, you have the commercial. So both blue sections were completed in 2023. That was a total of, I know I talked about residential numbers, or I think I did. I probably did. 19,508 parcels residential and 1,287 non or commercial. And then this year, again, it's the green section on both sides. So that is what we're looking at, the initial review. What it really comes down to is us doing a ProVal, which is one of our mass appraisal softwares, versus the historic record. We also look at this through orthophotography or pictometry, and then determine if the property will need a field review. And then also if the owner has requested a review of the property as well, we will look into it during that time. We gather property characteristics and update amenities, and then the data entry into ProVal, vacant land, single residential, and stuff like that. So that is a summation of what our office is looking forward to do. And we will stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Hanson.
Thank you for a very detailed explanation of what the office does. I think the main concern I have is this changing date from, April 1st to May 1st, and I know that it is not your fault. I know that it is because of elections in municipalities that haven't moved to the November date. Where are we in having these municipalities move to the November date instead of doing their elections in March or January or whenever they happen to be doing them?
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, there were multiple reasons why we decided to request for an extension. One of them was to work on a protest workflow. Another reason was we were working with the state with a notice of value. So our notice of value has been sent out to the taxpayers I've been in the office for 24 years, and it has pretty much not changed very much. However, the state wanted us to change the notice of value quite a bit to mirror a notice of value that would be very similar to everyone throughout the state. And they were wanting us to no longer include the perforated bottom portion of the notice of value, which I believe is very beneficial for taxpayers to request for changes, right? One of those changes is I would like to have the head of family exemption, and they could send that in to us, and it's something that's done quite easy. So and during that time, we were having conversations with the state, and we weren't sure if we're going to come up with a decision soon enough to mail out April 1st. The other reason was because of short-term rentals. We had sent out our questionnaires, and in sending out those questionnaires, we're awaiting the response from those taxpayers to be able to make our determination on classification.
So it didn't have anything to do with elections this year?
No.
It has in the past? I think so.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I believe that the tax bills may have been impacted by elections in the past,
Yes.
but not the notice of value.
Yes.
Okay.
As far as I understand.
Okay. So I do think that constituents find it confusing. And so if we can get on a regular schedule, I think it would be advantageous to everybody. Instead of people calling their county commissioner, when are my taxes due, and getting confused, So, but thank you. You're doing an excellent job, and I really appreciate getting these protests and the state valuations up to a certain standard is really important. So thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Assessor and Deputy Assessor. First off, I went through a protest last year because I wanted to experience what that experience was, and it was great. You guys were professional, easy to communicate with, walked me through it, and it was great. So thank you very much for doing that for everybody, not just me. But you know, one of the things that I actually find really interesting in the data that you collect is this building permit data that you collect from the city and the county and all over. And that is a really good leading indicator for economic, what's going on in our economy locally. And so both the sales and these permits would be interesting for us to get regular reports of, right? When we start to see significant drop-offs like we're kind of seeing right now, this is one of these things that might actually inform us to, you know, a local recession, right? Because you can have national recession and it doesn't affect us, and you can have a local recession that does. And I don't know if there's some sort of communication that can go between us that can sort of, you know, trigger, you know, hey, guess what? We need to be either more responsible, or look, things are happening to the upside or to the downside. I appreciate that information, and getting it once a year is great, but there's sort of a monthly track that we might be able to get a report on. As the vice chair of the assessors affiliate, I think I have two questions related to that. Are there any things that you are asking for at the legislature in this year, and are there any things that sort of cross paths with our county that we can help you you know, advocate for, and that might be of value to us, but you're advocating on a statewide scale, but maybe there's something that we can help you with? Not necessarily an answer right now, but you may have something that you want to answer right now, but understand that we're here to help you on those things, and understand if we can support you in these things if it's of value to us. Anything off the top of your head before I go on?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, there's always things on the top of my head.
Okay.
My mind runs faster than I can run. There are a couple items that we're discussing, and one is on top of the list for the New Mexico counties. One would be discussing again, do we want to have equitable disclosure where we do receive commercial sales information as well as residential sales information, right? Here's my plug, right? So we receive residential affidavits. However, residential property only increases, I'm sorry, I'm bilingual, increases 3% per year, right? And so if it increases only 3% per year after the initial first year, they don't reach market value. So those individuals have been in their home for quite some time. They can increase the market value. Then you have the individuals that are non-res, right? Which is your commercial, you're vacant, and we don't receive all the documentation for that. Some of that is shut, like with a lock. No, you cannot have the sale of the Eldorado, which I've never seen in my life. No, you cannot have the sale of the hotel on the top of the hill this year, the old Sheridan, right? We don't receive that information. We have to rely on other information to value that property at best we can, right? So when you think of that, you may see that some of the commercial values, we may not be quite at market because you don't have all the information. That's a situation that all appraisers are dealing with, not just the assessor's office. It's hard for a commercial appraiser in general to value commercial property in New Mexico because it's hard for them to find that data. So who's the other person, right, or taxpayer that is, I believe, hit the most? Your first-time home buyers, right? We have all the data to put them at market. Well, at that time, they are placed at market, where the other groups are somewhat suppressed.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you for that. If there's a way that we can help on that, I'm sure there's this. Yep, keep going.
One more item, I apologize. We've also been discussing the fact that the head of family exemption has not been increased, and other states have a higher amount of an exemption than New Mexico does, and we're discussing the fact that we may need to increase that as well. I'd have to look at the date as far as how far the $2,000 of taxable value goes back to, but again, I've been here how many? $50 off your taxes, essentially. But I mean, I've been here for 24 years again, or close to 24. I don't want to oversell myself, sorry, in September. But 20, you know, for 24 years, essentially, there hasn't been a change in that exemption for New Mexico residents.
Are you putting this on the interim calendar for the Revenue Stabilization and Tax Committee?
So, sorry, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, we are discussing that at the moment. We're having statewide meetings regarding these issues with all stakeholders, and those should be taking place from June until October, I believe. November. I'm sorry.
So those organizational meetings and the work plan for the summer is like this week and next week, and even if you don't have a full plan organized to present, I recommend that if this is something that you want to have on the agenda, you need to get it on the work plan right now. And
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, who currently we're collaborating with JOIR with New Mexico counties and currently working through that process.
Another question. We have a lot of federal land and we have tribal land here, and there's a program, a payment in lieu of taxes, PILT. Do you work to help us with our PILT, how we can get that so that we can, you know, charge the feds appropriately?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, we haven't had a program go through our office with that yet, but there are other counties that are currently going through PILT. We have not worked so much in collaboration, but somewhat with one in situations like that.
Do we know, do PILT payments go through your office at all, or are they just?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, our office, let's make this sure anyone and everyone listening, do not ever send us a check. No. Do not send us a payment. That goes to the treasurer's office. We received checks sometime and it's made out to my name and we have to send it out. So again, anybody and everyone listening, we do not receive the payment. Do not, please do not send us a payment. That would be sent out to the treasurer's office.
My apology but to the point.
We get PILT money. It goes into the county. It goes to the county. It goes to the finance department. We've gotten PILT money every year that I've been on this commission because I have advocated and gone to Washington, D.C. to make sure that we get PILT money and secure rural schools road money.
Great. Well, great. Thank you, because I would love to know how that has increased, because that value has increased, and where it sort of meets you and the assessment value would be good to know that we're keeping up on those things. Anyway, thank you. Great job. Cheers.
Thank you.
Okay, other comments? If not, we should move on to...
Mr. Chair?
Yes?
May I say something real quick? Mr. Chair, Commissioners, again, I would just like to thank our office and those individuals that are within our office that help us to complete the work every day, even this slideshow. It's not something we construct individually, right? And everything within that slideshow, we work as a team. And we really state that quite a bit, is that we are a group, we are a team. When one of the individuals is not there, it feels like someone else has to pick up that burden, not burden, but that weight, right? And I feel like I'd like to thank them formally and let them know they're doing a great job. And I truly like not just working with them, but living life with them. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to a resolution approving the county assessor's property valuation program in accordance with state statute.
And I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, your program is approved, and I agree. You have a great team. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to appointments and reappointments, and hear from Ambra about the county board, the library board.
Mr. Chair, there was a resolution as part of that last item. Okay, so 5B is resolution number 2024072.
Thank you. Very good. Ms. Baca, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Ambra Baca. I'm the Constituent Services Liaison for District 1 and serve as a staff liaison to the City of Santa Fe's Library Board. I am presenting for approval today a recommendation to fill the vacant County Board member seat. The Board recommends, in consultation with the City of Santa Fe's Library Division Director and staff, policies on the use of the library book selection, acceptance of gifts, and other policies. The Board consists of 7 members, 5 of whom live within the incorporated boundaries of the city, and 2 who live outside the city boundaries within Santa Fe County. Library board members serve a 3-year term and may be appointed for up to 1 additional consecutive term. The Santa Fe County Board of County Commission recommends county member appointments to the mayor for presentation and approval to the City Council. The board meets monthly on the 3rd Tuesday at 5:45 and rotates between 3 branches. Santa Fe County advertised the vacant board member position for the library board via press release on February 8th, 2024. Staff received letters of interest and resumes from the following individuals: William Carnosack, Valerie Nye. Staff recommends the appointment of William Carnosack. He is a retired librarian with over 30 years of experience in an administrative role in libraries, especially in areas such as budgeting, human resource training, strategic planning, and technology. The committee felt, after reviewing him, that he would be a good resource to having given his experience and support of the libraries and other communities he's worked in. William will be filling a vacancy by a resignation, so he will finish out that person's term and will be eligible for a reappointment by the county next year for a full 3-year term. Joining me is Margaret Neal from the City of Santa Fe, and we stand for any questions.
Any questions? What's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve the recommendation for the library board.
Second.
Okay, motion and a motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton, and I think it is to appoint William Carnosack to the board.
Yes.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
None opposed? Very good. You have your appointment.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move to 7A. Adopting projects for inclusion in the Santa Fe County Senior Services Infrastructure, and that will be Maddie Byers.
Mr. Chair, as we move to that item, we could have addressed this earlier in the agenda relative to recognitions of employees, but since the senior services team would be here for this item, we held off on doing so. Just wanted to recognize Maddie and other members of the team for the fact that they just completed their compliance assessment through the North Central New Mexico Economic Development District, and they emerged from that without any findings that require corrective action on behalf of Santa Fe County. So did want to acknowledge their work in that regard, as well as the work of all the other members of the senior services team. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. And now if you'd like to go ahead and present your resolution.
Chairman, Commissioners, Ann Ryan, Deputy Director for the Community Services Department, on behalf of Rachel O'Connor, whom regrettably had to exit, but I just want to underscore the county manager's point about the recent audit with the senior services team. Ms. O'Connor shared that in the 13 years that she's been here, this is the first time there have been absolutely 0 findings. So yes, big time bravos for Maddie and her team. A few of them are here today. And yes, huge applause. Chris, Kika, do you want to stand? Give a wave? Oh, sorry. Wonderful. Great. Thanks, guys. And then before introducing Maddie, I just want to say one brief prelude about the resolution that's before you. It's the submission of the ICIP for senior facilities. Most of you are familiar, but some of you might not be, that this used to be submitted in tandem with the county's traditional capital outlay projects. However, the state realized very wisely many years ago that when that occurs, what happens is that seniors get the short end of the stick in that they're competing with public safety, obviously another essential service. So that is the reason for the segregation of this particular submission, in addition to the fact that it's on a slightly different timeline. So with that, Maddie.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. Today I come before you to request approval for the, of the resolution adopting projects for the inclusion in the Santa Fe County Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan for fiscal years 2026 through 2030. The submittal of the plan would be to the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration, replacing Resolution 2023-092. Some of the projects we've submitted for are for 5 hot shots, 1 refrigerated transit van, upgrades to cooling systems for senior centers across Santa Fe County, upgrades to cooking equipment and kitchen equipment for senior centers, and for the demo and rebuild of the Edgewood Senior Center.
Any questions? Mr. Green?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, guys. Really, I'm sad that Rachel isn't here today because we did hear celebratory news for her, but one of the saddest things for Santa Fe County is her upcoming retirement. So congratulations to Rachel. I'm sure she's going to be missed by us, but more by you. So, but in terms of your ICIP list, sorry, broken record. Have you done an assessment as to whether electric vehicles can be a viable option for you all? And is there a plan to at least test one electric van or whatever is suitable for your uses?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, at this time, a hybrid is not available for a hotshot vehicle due to the heating and cooling system of the vehicle. There's not a hybrid available for that. We would consider a hybrid if we were requesting vehicles for transportation for activity coordinators to do assessments, but at this time we don't have a hybrid vehicle available for hotshots.
Okay, in the future it'd be great to see what the actual uses are and what has been assessed in this, because it is a transition and
Absolutely.
It takes some cojones to make that transition. You'll just hear it again next year if you're not doing it. So I appreciate you doing an assessment and presenting a little bit of that as to somewhere in the packet to show that you're really digging into this and that
Absolutely.
Stubbornness is not holding us up in this. So thank you very much.
Will do.
Mr. Hanson?
Yes, can I make a motion?
I think so.
Okay, I make a motion adopting the projects for inclusion into Santa Fe County Senior Service Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan for fiscal year 2026 through 2030, authorizing submittal of plan to the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration, and replacing Resolution 2023-092.
And I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Green. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, your plan is approved.
Thank you.
And let's go on to 7B. Oh, let's get the resolution number first.
Yes, sir. 7A, the resolution number is 2024-073.
Okay, and Gabby Trujillo, 7B.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Hughes and Commissioners. I'm the Budget Administrator for the Finance Division under the County Manager's Department. We are requesting a budget resolution for an increase into various funds in the amount of $1,434,455. The Public Works Department requests additional funds for the Chimayo Fire Station project, the El Rancho Community Center project, the Abadon Lopez Senior Center project, and the Public Safety Expansion project. The Public Works Department is requesting funds to be increased as follows. Chimayo Fire Station, General Obligation Bond Series 2018, Fund 358, an increase of $317,101. The cost of the project is $317,101.
Are we still doing it? Yeah, we don't. If you're here, you just have to raise your hand. So, yeah.
Okay, we have a slew of people. There's some going to be on Zoom too for the Area 1B.
Okay.
What are you talking about, Daniel?
Okay. For those ones, I don't know if you can contact all of them, but I'll call for people. I usually send a chat during the meeting saying, please raise your hand if you want to speak.
Yeah.
So if they do that, or if, I'll just keep an eye out for them. So do you know how many? A bunch of them?
I could say at least 5.
Can you hear me? I'll just get closer, sorry. And an increase of $159,336 to meet the lowest bid and a 10% project contingency of $157,765. This project incorporates the addition of an apparatus bay and 2 equipment storage areas with expanded electrical panel services and solar box that needs to be moved for the addition. Engineer's estimate for construction was $814,773. Low bid price with NMGRT is $1,143,754, and the budget is $984,418. $317,101 is needed to rebid the project and fund a 10% contingency. The fiscal year 2023 audited fund balance for Fund 358 General Obligation Bond Series 2018 is $8,538,213. Restricted for improving county roads, water and wastewater projects, fire and other public safety facilities, and open space trails and parks. Of this amount, $4,008,904 was used to fund the project spending in fiscal year 24 to date, leaving $4,529,309 available to support budget adjustments like this one being proposed. Approving the budget increase of $317,101 will use of the available restricted fund balance. El Rancho Community Center. First 1/8 hold harmless GRT, Fund 205, increase of $71,596. The cost of the project is $71,596, higher than expected due to an increase of construction costs. The bids received over the existing budget. This includes an increase of $36,482 to meet the lowest bid and a 5% project contingency of $37,913. This project includes the design, demolish, and remodel of El Rancho Senior Center for needed ADA improvements to the restrooms, meeting area, and kitchenette area, as well as exterior walkway safety upgrades. Original construction estimate was $721,003. The original bid price was $721,003. We did not include project contingency. The original bid from the contractor was $721,003, and after the bid was received and prior to the issuance of the PO and the contract, the subcontractors had material price increases totaling in $36,482. An additional $37,913 is recommended as a 5% contingency. The fiscal year 2023 audited fund balance for Fund 205, first 1/8 hold harmless GRT, is $21,743,246, restricted for the maintenance and capital improvements of county facilities and infrastructures, including debt service for bonds issued for those purposes. Of this amount, $14,105,911 was used to fund project spending for fiscal year 24 to date, leaving $7,637,335 available to support budget adjustments like the one being proposed. Approving the budget increase of $71,596 will use a 0.9% of the available restricted fund balance. Abadon Lopez Senior Center Capital Outlay Fund 313, increase of $585,484. The cost of the project is $585,484 higher than expected due to an increase in bid for the technology infrastructure. This includes the increase of $85,484 to meet the county's requirements for technology infrastructure and project contingency at $500,000. This project includes the design and demolish of the existing building and construction of new building to replace the senior center with a new building that is ADA compliant. Architect estimate for construction was $4.2 million. The lowest bid price with NMGRT is $4,181,316, and the budget is $4,199,615. $585,484 is needed to fully fund this project, including a 10% contingency. The Sheriff's Department Public Safety Expansion Capital Outlay GRT Fund 313, increase of $460,274. The cost of the project is over by $460,274. Due to an increase in cost, this includes changes and an increase in construction costs needed to complete the portion of the sheriff expansion component to this project. This project includes owner-driven changes in flooring, new furniture, electrical, HVAC, fire protection upgrades, security cameras, conduit runs, fire riser room, and unanticipated changes found during remodeling. $460,274 is needed to fully fund ongoing project changes to complete the Sheriff Department remodel. The fiscal year 2023 audited fund balance for Fund 313 Capital Outlay GRT is $57,926,115. Restricted for the acquisition, construction, or improvement of water, wastewater systems, or facilities and related facilities, including water or sewer lines and storm, open space, public parks, or public recreational facilities, roads, streets, or bridges, including debt service for bonds issued for those purposes. Of this amount, $35,493,157 was used to fund project spending in fiscal year 2024, to date leaving $22,432,958 available to support budget adjustments like the one being proposed. Approving the budget increase totaling $1,045,758 will use 4.9% of the available restricted fund balance. The Public Works Department via Finance Division requests approval of this resolution to increase the three funds listed above in the amount of $1,434,455. And with that, I stand for questions.
Any questions? Okay.
I'd like to move that we accept the approval for the resolution to increase the three funds listed above in the amount of $1,434,455.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Green. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
No opposed? Any opposed? Okay, very good. Those are all worthwhile projects, so no problem.
Thank you.
And now it's time for a break.
Well, can I provide that resolution, Mr. Chair?
Give us a resolution, yes.
7B is 2024-074.
Okay, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll do the public hearing.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Armin Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Could everyone who's planning to speak raise your hand just so I get an idea? How many? Okay, not too bad. So 3 minutes each, and why don't you line up at the microphone and, well, they do have separate topics. Sure, they don't all have to be the same topic. In fact, but go ahead. Someone has to volunteer to be first. And we'll set a timer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I am Gary Roybal. I'm a fifth generation.
Speak into the microphone.
I'm a fifth generation resident of Santa Fe County. I applied for an interconnection with PNM Solar Grid connection. On 9/11 of 23, PNM advised me they could not do the interconnection as I reside in a red zone. So I am in queue. So are you familiar with red zones? So do you have any idea as to how long it's going to be before we can eliminate the red zones in Santa Fe County?
Excuse me, sir, Mr. Chair Hughes. The county, it would be a PNM issue to eliminate red zones. And it has been brought to the PRC's attention, but per your packet that I received just as we walked in here for your comments, I will follow up with them. It is a problem all the way from the lower airport road through to Madrid and certain points in there. They don't have the capacity, but they need to be responsive to our needs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take some of that time. Good afternoon. My name is Sid Monroe. Chair Hughes, Commissioners, Manager Schaefer, and Attorney Young. I am here again with my wife, Michelle, on behalf of the 200-plus registered voters of Area 1B, many who unfortunately are unable to be here in person during work hours. First, to thank you for your support through our process to become part of the Agua Fria Traditional Historic Community, and for the subsequent defense throughout the city's court challenge. For 16 years, this body has been the only local government body to listen to our concerns. and shortly we will elect our 4th county commissioner for our district. We again extend our heartfelt thank you to Commissioner Hanson for her steadfast representation of us in our neighborhoods. We believe the court has arrived at an incorrect decision. We deeply hope the county may see cause for appeal. The argument of when some houses were built misses the point entirely. As the 1995 Santa Fe General Plan update states, to preserve a sense of history, it is important to preserve the historic setting, including entire neighborhoods, districts, cultural landscapes, and including elements such as acequias, narrow rural roads, natural features, historic vegetation, and agrarian patterns that form a strong link to the past. We were asked to prepare evidence to prove our historical linkage to the Agua Fria traditional historic community with just a few weeks' time, and our presentation to this commission was abbreviated, as otherwise we would have been giving you details well into that night. We were not attempting to prove a designation as a new traditional historic community, just that we are part of an already established traditional historic community. Subsequently, we have developed even more historical evidence proving our ties to Agua Fria. We would welcome the opportunity to meet with the commissioners and Attorney Young to present new findings to support an appeal of the judge's ruling, or an alternative means to remaining in Santa Fe County. For 15 years, until the county approved the ordinance last May, we were subjected to city land use regulation and fees. In return, the residents received nothing, zero, except terrible customer service and disdain from the city. The way the mayor and some of the city councilors and staff spoke to this body during our hearings is an example of how they feel about us residents of Area 1B. The city has allowed the annexation agreement to expire several times. It is astounding that the city continues its effort to overturn the will and the rights of the people of Area 1B at every turn. At this time, we are still in the county. We are under county land use. We have a map that carved out HomeWise properties into the city, which was proposed and agreed to by HomeWise. That map can still be used to keep us in the county. But once again, we are in limbo with the threat of city annexation hanging over our lives. For 16 years, we have been steadfast in our right to remain in the county. As we prepare for the next chapter in our determination to stay part of Santa Fe County, we ask that this commission continue to hear and represent us. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. William E., 2073 Camino Samuel Montoya, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87507. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I am president of the Agua Fria Village Association. The 1870 to 1930s Santa Fe Ring went after the Agua Fria Village's water rights and land. This is where the mistrust of the city of Santa Fe started. Since the Ring's members were on the city council, the 3 consecutive editors of the New Mexican, the U.S. Attorney, the U.S. District Court Judge, and even Governor Thornton. Fast forward to 1960, and the city of Santa Fe tried to annex the village, and Arthur Montoya, my father-in-law, led the opposition, and they won. Then in 1970, the city tried to annex again, and Elizardo Romero and his son Lee led the opposition and won. There are 3 types of annexation under the state statutes. The Municipal Boundary Commission, appointed by the governor, requires a city to prove by testimony that it can provide services. The city of Santa Fe tried this in 1985 and won, so we sued them, and in 1988, they withdrew from the suit. This experience soured the city on actually proving it can provide better services to residents. which logically should be a point of any annexation. City Councilor Miguel Chavez tried a 2000 annexation and one in 2002, but both failed in city council votes. For purposes today, this means that Area 1B was in a state of limbo, a no man's land for the last 24 years. The 2012 UNM BBER study showed that the newly annexed areas from the 2008 annexation would take over $100 million to get up to city standards. This should have been part of the city's response to the 2023 city lawsuit. The city's audit and inability to fund anything like bond issues should have also been part of it. But the city made motions to completely leave out the reality of going into a failing city of Santa Fe. My op-ed in the New Mexican on December 26, 2022, City is Not Keeping Annexation Promises, describes unfixed issues in several other 2008 to 2018 annexation areas, potentially costing the city many more millions. For many years, the settlement annexation agreement judgment was actually sealed by Judge Raymond Ortiz. The case is thousands of pages, but only 100 are probably available to the public. Even though what was discussed by the city and county directly affected the general public. I sent in a letter to Judge Ortiz saying that Agua Fria was the third leg in the stool, and we should be invited into the settlement annexation agreement process because a two-legged stool will fall over. The city made a motion to strike the 2008 to 2012 settlement annexation agreement from the court hearings on the latest lawsuit. I thought Agua Fria should have been included in the settlement annexation agreement renegotiation. This appeal has statewide implications, especially if we back down. We are in constant contact with Ranchos de Taos that recently fought off an annexation attempt by the town of Taos. The county should appeal or ask for a reconsideration of the case because of the missing evidence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Josie Rodriguez, 909 Camino Tres Arroyos, 87507. I'm a proud member of the Agua Fria Area 1B community. Thank you, County of Santa Fe, for fighting against the City of Santa Fe's 2008 presumptive annexation. They say you can't fight City Hall. Thank you for showing me that what they say isn't always true. You know, a person born in 2008 would be 16 years old now. So my inner teenager wants to scream, City of Santa Fe, where the bleep have you been? Not here legally supporting and providing for me. It's the county that's done that and continues to show up for me. It's 2024, and finally, the richest of rich city of Santa Fe shows up with its money and its power, trash talking me and my Agua Fria Area 1B people as greedy, out of touch, affordable housing haters. Isn't that rich? My inner teenager says the City of Santa Fe needs to check themselves and their maps because the Agua Fria Area 1B families are West Alameda, not East. We know where we live, we know how we live, and we know it's the County of Santa Fe that continues to support us and it's where we want to stay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm John Kadlacek, 87 Rio and Medio Road, 87506. And I stood before you here in August of last year to talk to you about trying to get the Emergency Water Protection Program grant co-sponsorship from you, which you agreed to do. I'm, as well as being a resident in Rio and Medio, I'm also the mayordomo of the Acequia Association and the president of the Mutual Domestic, and a recently appointed member of WPAC, which I'm looking forward to my involvement there. Those 6 floods were terrifying. The water went from 40 cubic feet per second to 4,000 cubic feet per second. And getting the Emergency Water Protection Program on board was essential for us to feel safe. At this point, the designs are finished, and we've heard various different stories about what's holding things up. I was just talking to Leandro right now, and it seems that we're in a position now to find a new creative solution because the Soil and Conservation District isn't showing up in the way that they're charged to. They're the one government entity, because there's soil and water, that can work on private property and get around the anti-donation clause, and they've refused to sign the contract, basically because they don't have the legal resources or the familiarity with legalese to understand that there's probably no risk to them. They've also been shown that other counties in the state have worked with the Soil and Conservation District and have signed the contracts, but still to no avail. So I'm here strongly requesting that you continue to work on this, find a creative solution. Seems pretty obvious we're not going to get any help this summer. Let's pray to God that we have another drought, which I can't believe I'm saying in Santa Fe, but I'd rather have that than more floods that potentially destroy the bridge at my house and possibly my house and my neighbors downstream. People were really terrified during those floods. For me, every time I looked up in the sky and saw black clouds that summer, I tensed. It was traumatic. So this is something that really needs to happen. It's something that I believe you all can help us with, and look forward to seeing it get done. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nick Sabato from Rio and Medio, 87506. Thank you for your time today. I'm here with John to talk about the Rio Medio problem and make an appeal to you to please help. I'm just going to tell you a couple of stories. We have a 77-year-old woman who lost vehicle access to her house. It's been 2 years. She still has no access to her house. She has no propane. The propane cannot get to her. And it's brutal. It's heartbreaking to watch people going through this. We also have a family, a land grant family. And this woman, the woman of the family, is terrified to stay living in that house. She wants to leave the place where her family has been for centuries because she is so scared. We are all scared. If you would have seen and heard that water, that wall of water that came down, it picked up a truck and mangled it into trees. Debris has been left on all of our property. It's amazing that no one was hurt. There's going to be another flood. We all know it. And something needs to be done about it. And we're making a real appeal to you to please do what needs to be done to get this done and protect the people in that village. They deserve it. They really do. It's sad to think that someone would want to leave their home that they've been part of for centuries because they're scared. We know you can't just wave a magic wand and make this right. But please, you can put the pressure in the right places to get this done, and we appeal to you, please, get it done. The next one might take lives. None of us want to have that on our hands. So please, help us. And I also wanted to just mention thank you for making these meetings so available that we can come here in person, and certainly the phone and internet. I don't know if you know, but Rio and Medio doesn't have a lot of access to high-speed internet, but the phone and being able to come here in person is really wonderful, and we really thank you for giving us, all of the counties, that opportunity to be able to come and see you and talk to you directly. We trust you, we believe in you, and we need your help. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Hilario Romero. I live at 1561 La Cieneguita del Pueblo Quemado, Agua Fria. And I'm here to show you a little bit of new evidence regarding the Agua Fria and Agua Fria Traditional Village and 1B, to try to understand that we are in a situation where we need your help again. And seems like everybody's here asking for your help, commissioners. And so I'll be as brief as I can. 1B has always been part of Pueblo Quemado, Agua Fria. 1B is currently in the county of Santa Fe and wants to stay there. And the evidence I have hopefully can be used. I can also do a testimony through, I don't know why I'm losing it here, testimony through a affidavit. Thank you. And that way, that could help the attorneys, if you would be so gracious and helpful to move this thing and appeal this thing to the U.S. Court of Appeals. I think it really needs to go there. I don't think this judge understands history, and a lot of judges, district judges, currently don't understand history. I've been an expert witness in many other cases, and I'm now on a federal case regarding land grants. And this time they're listening. The federal courts seem to listen better than the state courts. So,
Mr. Chair, I just want to say one thing, and also Mr. Romero. So in the case that was just heard by the judge, essentially, the record closed even prior to that hearing, and so we're not able to provide additional evidence at this point. Just as a clarification on that, any appeal of the case will be really more of a legal argument in terms of whether the judge decided it correctly, but we would not be able to present new evidence essentially at that point.
Then would it be possible to present to the judge, to actually have a meeting with the judge? And
Mr. Chair and Mr. Romero, no, at this point, the matter would be outside of the judge's hands, and it would be inappropriate to meet directly with the judge without, a hearing on that. And the judge has already had the hearing, so we're past that point in the proceedings.
Yeah, because I read the the verdict, and I read through it, and and I was mentioned for one sentence, and that told me right away that obviously I should have done an affidavit. I didn't realize that, to go along with the PowerPoint, because there's so much there, and there was so little time for me to be able to present before all of you, and so it put us at a very difficult, situation. So I guess all this I would present now would be for none, unless you want to hear it. It's very short. That's up.
Proceed, but be quick, of course.
Pardon me?
Be quick, but go ahead.
Okay. I'm just going to go on from here. I'm the former state historian. I didn't put that up there. I'm a former university professor in history for 50 years. So I've been doing this kind of work and being an expert witness for about that long. So I won't go in there. But Pueblo Quemado, where you see those yellow circles, that's 1B. That's almost all of Area 1B, and those are all pueblos, just to show you the extent of the history that's been there. And of course, 1607 is the date for Agua Fria, Pueblo Quemado. It was referred to by Governor Juan Martinez as Santa Fe. He even built a little placita there. These are the private claims maps that I was hoping that would have gotten into the evidence, because they show the area and the land grants that are there since the 1600s, including 1B. 1B has always been a part of this, always been a part of Agua Fria, always been a part. And here is the land claims map showing the 1600s, all of the, let's see, there it is, all of this section here. These are the common lands for all these land grants. Juan de Godoy, Gregorio Garduño, all of this area, still all part of that. Here is the individuals that were involved, all of them here, the Vacas, the Tapias, all of them. And this is the 1860 census record of Pueblo Quemado, Agua Fria, 1860, showing the Tapias, the Girons. Everybody that we're talking about that still lives there, they were in the 1860. Not including a very famous person, Bernardo Miera y Pacheco, who was a cartographer, engineer, rancher in 1758. He owned land there, and the Mieras and the Pachecos still live there. In fact, the airport itself is the Pacheco grant. Let's see, there it goes. There it is right there, the Pacheco grant. Oops. Right there. All of these land strips show people that have been living there, and their ancestors trace all the way to the original names that I just showed up there. All of them are totally connected. And here as well in 1927, and as I go through these maps, 1938, they're all still there. And it shows very clearly Agua Fria as a very separate entity from the city of Santa Fe, totally separate entity in the county.
And can you wrap up?
Pardon me?
Can you wrap up?
Yes. There it goes. It's just here the same thing. And as I go through these maps, and then here's the area that they're trying to basically annex, that whole area. These are the families I was talking about, all the way from 1675 to 1897, and they just sold their property. They just sold their property, this Rivera family. And there it traces even further. That's this family right here. And there are the acequias, all still there. All these acequias still currently exist here in Area 1B. They are still there. And all of this can be found not only in this particular publication, but in my article in this particular journal, basically Agua Fria Public Quemado history from 1300 to 2016. And these are all the other sources for this. That's it.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the room to make public comment? If not, are there people online?
Mr. Chair, we have 3 people raising their hands on WebEx.
Okay, let me just check with Jeff. Are we allowed to hear testimony on this, or are you concerned about the adjudicatory situation?
Mr. Chair, so the proceedings have already occurred in terms of this body with the evidence presented and the petition considered, and you know, the board made the decision that they did. So now, again, it's the judge has issued an order essentially reversing the board's decision, but the proceedings are done. So, you know, in terms of public comment, the public's, you know, is able to comment, but it really, the effect of that comment in terms of evidence will not be able to be put into the court record.
Okay, well then people can say what they want. Go ahead, Daniel, who's our first commenter?
Mr. Chair, our first speaker is Mary Moore.
Hello. Chair Hughes and Commissioners, I am Mary Moore, 690 Camino Don Emilio, and I'm so grateful to you. The 1B decision was disappointing, and now let's move forward. Do you want me to get started on my specific list of reasons why I'm asking you to appeal? Or do you want me to send that to you?
Send it to us, I guess.
Okay, I'm just going to briefly highlight a couple of things, and they're not secret things. Statute 371-1 really was the wrong statute for us to be evaluated on. We knew that. We should never have replied to the 5 points. Few historic communities, if any, can meet the requirements of every single area meets those 5 points. We weren't asking to be the traditional historic community of 1B, but to join an existing one. And the statutes are silent on the process for being a supplemental area. So it falls to you, the Board of County Commissioners, as the relevant agency to determine that. You could ask a supplemental area like 1B to be generally consistent in most ways. That's really your call. It's not the city's call. It's not a corporate attorney's call. It's yours. Of course, everybody knows that the judge wrote about how it should be differential to the work done by the county. At the end, he bases, do you want me to stop?
Oh.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
You have a minute and a half to go, so
okay.
Feel free.
All right. So the ruling that he made, essentially not listening or not paying attention to the work that the Board of County Commissioners did, that's overstepping. If anything ever was, that's their best possible case. And so I have many, many others. You can look at the 1914 map that includes 1B. At any rate, I will send all of that. The more important thing, probably, than me talking, is that I want to extend deepest gratitude to you, our commissioners, to our hero commissioner, Anna Hansen. There never was a truer advocate for constituents. To our county attorney, to Mr. Huss, county manager, the county clerk, who verified signatures many times. I want to thank Mr. Mead, Mr. Romero, and Mr. Monroe, and so many more as we continue our quest to rejoin the traditional historic community. There's the warmth of the people in Agua Fria. They've welcomed us without reservation. We belong together. We have shared values of respect, perseverance, resilience, pride, hard work, love of the land, unity, and gratitude. And so we thank you, and we urge you, I urge you, to please either ask the judge to reconsider or to vote to appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel, who's next?
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is going by the username VL.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
My name is Van Limer. I live at 24 Peacock Alley. We appreciate you taking the time that you did to look through the findings that we found, and it was a disappointing ruling that the judge made, and I think very wrong to go against the board and what the citizens of the county decided. Historically, Area 1B has its own identity and character, and we separate ourselves from the city. That's one of the reasons that I live there. We've evolved over time to develop the areas that we have, and the annexation of the city could potentially disrupt the fabric of the community and diminish the autonomy that we've enjoyed for this long. It's important to consider the historical context and impact that the annexation could have on the identity and heritage of the area. Economically, there are several factors to consider. Area 1B has some businesses and resources that could affect the tax base and local property values and could be impacted by a change in governance. It is crucial to evaluate the potential economic consequences of the annexation for both Area 1B, the county, and Santa Fe City. The allocation of the resources and services should be carefully examined to ensure that annexation would not disproportionately burden the city, which the city is already underburdened with the stuff that they can't take care of right now. I think Area 1B has developed a sense of community and belonging that should be taken into consideration, and annexation could potentially lead to the changes in social dynamics, the community cohesion, and the access to our neighbors at a distance. You know, we all live out there because we have our own community and the way that we do things, and that includes some properties and people that have chickens and farms, and if we're annexed into the city, that could all potentially change. Additionally, the preservation of the community relationship should be a focal point in the annexation discussions. Environmentally, the natural landscape and resources of Area 1B should be carefully considered. The area does have unique environmental features, wildlife habitations, and conservation areas that will be impacted by an annexation. I live at 24 Peacock Alley, and behind me, where the city owns a property that was supposed to be open space that they've taken over, they're already putting in houses, and they've gone from an R3 to an R7. And this could have a potential effect on the annexation of the local ecosystems and natural resources that are there. Sustainable development and land use planning should be a central consideration, and the city is not going to take that into consideration at all. With the limited time that I have left, I wanted to thank you again for everything you've done for us, and I hope that you will appeal this ruling. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel, who's next?
Mr. Chair, the last speaker has the username Jared.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
We hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm a little stressed by the decision of the judge, and generally how the mayor stated in his remarks, commissioners, these things there's confusion created now. During this time, we were under the county's jurisdiction, and now that we are not under, I'll talk louder. Now that we're in the jurisdiction of the city again, there are certain things that have started with the county that they're dropping because we are not in the county jurisdiction anymore, and that's directly the mayor's fault. And he said that it would cause confusion if any of this were to be enacted, but it's causing confusion because of his actions against us. The 2008 agreement states simply that we could join the village with the petition. It does not mention that we have to follow the 5 requirements. The fact that we had to follow the 5 requirements seemed like a little overburdened, and it gave them an excuse to rule against us. So my general opinion is that we should be allowed to simply petition on the 2008 agreement to join the village, and that's it. Join the village, not become a village, join the village. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's it, Daniel?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's it.
We will close the public hearing, and we will move on to 7C, approval of contract number 2014-218 with Janes Corporation, Public Works Department, Dan Anderson, and Bill Taylor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Bill Taylor with Purchasing Division here before you. We have a request for approval of a construction contract with Janes Corporation for the reconstruction of the Abaddon Lopez Senior Center rebuild for an amount of $4,100,000 exclusive of tax, NMGRT, and to delegate signature authority to county manager sign the purchase order. This project basically is designed to build an entirely new Abaddon Lopez Senior Center, approximately 5,000 square feet, and fully ADA accessible. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Bill, and thank you to the Public Works teams to getting this lined up and ready to go. I also want to say thank you for allowing me to take a look at the plans and put a little design suggestion on the west profile of the building, which allowed for some covered outdoor space for the seniors to actually have some space to congregate outside under the cover. I'm in support of this, and I hope that we can communicate this plan to the seniors that use the center. And I've spoken to some of the folks around the county admin and senior center to let's get the word out to them so that they're prepared and they're excited, and they know when this is going to close, when demolition is going to happen, and that they know that the building is going to be built for them, and they should be happy about it. So thank you very much. I stand in support of this, and if anybody has anything, I'll make the motion. Okay, please.
Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I direct this question to our, I'm assuming, our Janus representative. Yes?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, this is Dan Anderson, the project manager.
Wonderful, thank you. I'm wondering, what efforts are made by Janes Corp to hire or recruit people from northern New Mexico when you have large projects?
Well, when they do these large projects, number one, it's always location. What contractors, subcontractors they've used in the past that are able to facilitate the building of a large, commercial building like this. So they reach out. It's not just so much since they're based in Albuquerque that they're just going to pull from Albuquerque. And then they reach out to these subs. We get the sub list when we evaluate once the IFB is done. and you will see a number of subcontractors from this local area. They may not be the low bid on it, but they do reach out. There was at least 5 subcontractors that were at the mandatory pre-bid. Janes Corporation was there, and those subcontractors were making connections with them. That included, roofing, stucco, site work. There was a demo guy there. So they reach out multiple ways to try to keep local businesses here because they know it's important to us and the commission.
Thank you. Is there any effort, and just to give you an economic disparity that we have somewhat, is in our more rural areas, we don't have and I don't like referring to people as a commodity of scale, but it's easier because you'll get a lower bid when you have the commodity working closer to a larger population. And what had become apparent to me over the last year is that sometimes because, and the statement will be, well, there isn't anyone with that capacity, and I say this even to our procurement people, they don't have the capacity to be able to be a sub on these large projects. And sincerely, in my capacity as a commissioner now, I see that there is a deep need to find ways to assist these smaller companies in even meeting their procurement code and their ability to bring 3 years of their TNP, profits and losses, P&L. Oh, whatever. She don't know what she's talking about. Bottom line is they can't even hardly communicate their bottom line. So I think the opportunity, and I say this as a take back to your team measure, is whenever I'm so proud of Janes Corp. I'm just going to say, I see your big dog, you do a lot of good work, you're at the lab, you're at the airport, you're everywhere. And what kind of things can we do to work with those folks who are local? I'll say this now everywhere I go, so that we can continue to build our economy, because even though we're small in population, when we work with those smaller entities, we get more mass. So I appreciate this. I too am in support of this and want to make sure that I communicate, as my colleague does, the importance of green vehicles, local employment as well. So thank you sincerely.
Okay, well, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. I appreciate those comments 100%. So please take that under advisement, but I don't know how we can encourage that other than some tweaking of the procurement vehicles that we do, but keep it in mind. So I would like to make a motion to request the approval of contract number 2024-0128 PW/APS with Janes Corporation for the construction of the Abaddon Lopez Senior Center rebuild and in the amount of $4,100,000, exclusive of GRT, and 2, delegation of signature authority to the county manager to negotiate and finalize the contract and sign purchase orders.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? You have it.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
Move on to item 7E, which is request approval of proposed prioritization plan for amendments to the Sustainable Land Development Code and other ordinances. Penny Ellis Green. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. The purpose of this agenda item is to prioritize potential amendments to the SLDC and establish timelines for their development and potential adoption. The background to this memo is divided into 3 parts. A history, Part 2 identifies other necessary work that we will be doing, and Part 3 seeks to prioritize SLDC amendments. So the SGMP SLDC history. Pursuant to state law, zoning authorities are required to have a comprehensive plan. The county's comprehensive plan is the SGMP. It was adopted in 2010 after approximately 5 years of planning and development. It was then updated as part of the SLDC adoption process in 2015. Then the SLDC was adopted in December 2015. It must be consistent with the SGMP. There have been the following amendments to the SLDC. 2016 was a review and restatement, and it included technical changes. The entire road section was rewritten in 2017. In 2019, the Chapter 11, the DCIs, was rewritten, including procedures and hard rock mining section. Sections 7.2 and 7.14 were rewritten in 2021 for energy efficiency standards. Comprehensive countywide zoning and other regulations for cannabis were enacted in 2021. Community solar was enacted in 2022. The Extraterritorial Land Use Commission and Extraterritorial Land Use Authority boards were adopted in 2022. The Transfer Development Rights section was rewritten to include higher densities for affordable homes in 2023. The Santa Fe Community College District circulation maps and official maps were amended in 2024. And also in 2024, we had Chapter 9 of Tesuque Overlay was added, and Chapter 9 San Marcos Overlay was added. Other necessary work that we will be doing in 2025, in addition to any planning and ordinance drafting prioritized by the board, planning staff will still be responsible for updating community districts, community district overlay zones for La Bajada and La Cienega. As the SGMP was first adopted in 2010, and planning best practices recommend comprehensive plans be address a 20-year planning period and updated approximately every 10 years. In 2015, the SGMP was amended and updated to include population and economic growth projections, and elements such as TDRs, mixed-use developments, density bonuses. So it is due for an update, and planning staff have budgeted for this in fiscal year 25. Third point is prioritization of the SLDC amendments and other ordinance changes. So planning and drafting that goes into significant SLDC amendments are very heavy lifts. They include research, procurement of expert parties, public outreach, stakeholder involvement, study sessions, drafting, public comments, public noticing, and public hearings before Planning Commission and the board. So staff generally don't recommend trying to process multiple significant planning and drafting projects at the same time unless we have different subject matter experts that can be the lead. In addition to bandwidth, county staff has attempted to prioritize both based on board priorities from the strategic plan and our assessment of impacts and interdependencies between areas of focus. We have also assumed when we're looking at timelines that other priorities will not subsequently be established, that state law will not change in such a way that we have to quickly pivot to another, regulate another area. That was the case with community solar, with cannabis and energy efficiency, and that we have stable staffing and we have a new director before July 1st of this year. So our high priority changes would be done in fiscal year 25 with the ultimate adoption in fiscal year 26 and could run concurrently. The ultimate goal would be to have the board approve publication of title and general summary in June of 2025, allowing all existing board members to be part of the stakeholders process while also allowing incoming commissioners a chance to be part of this process too. So each area would need to identify a staff team and a lead team member who will run the project, identify possible areas of change, identify and procure outside consultants, do research, stakeholder-informed planning to include general public, environmental scientists, architects, engineers, developers, home builders, and as I stated before, the BCC. Public presentations and decisions from the board, code drafting, authorization to publish title and general summary, followed by public noticing, public hearings, post-adoption, publication, and education. So our three areas of high priority relate to each other and do impact each other. The first is sustainability amendments, We would assess existing and potential sustainability regulations, and topic areas could include soil health, pollinator and other habitat, rain catchment or gardens, stormwater management, high efficiency, renewable energy. Resources would be a collaborative effort between Growth Management Department, Sustainability Division, and Public Works. Again, for all of these changes, we would have to make sure that any changes are consistent with the SGMP, or an SGMP amendment may be necessary. But as I stated earlier, the Planning Department will be looking at the SGMP this next year. Affordability is our second area of focus. Again, we would look at existing proposed regulations in the SLDC and other county ordinances, how they relate to housing supply and short and long-term availability. This would again be a collaborative effort between Growth Management, Public Works, and Community Development. Stakeholders could be planning, architects, engineers, developers, home builders be the initial focus. And a third area of priority is affordable housing and Chapter 13. Again, we would review proposed regulations in the SLDC, including the inclusionary zoning section and other county ordinances and regulations, and look at incentives related to the creation of affordable or below market rate housing. Again, resources would be, again, collaborative between Growth Management and Community Development Affordable Housing Division. Whilst the initial work has already been done and some procedural elements with regard to affordable housing projects may have different timelines, significant changes in the area of sustainability and affordability will likely impact substantive changes. Our medium priority would be starting in fiscal year 26. As the high priority work is completed, the idea would be to revisit the medium and low priority amendments to confirm that their relative priority remains unchanged and identify resources and establish timeframes. So in no particular order, the medium priority would be streamlining and technical SLDC amendments. These have been discovered through applications being submitted over time. They span throughout the SLDC. It's anticipated they will speed up the development review process and address areas that the SLDC is unclear. The risk of putting this into a priority would be that it could distract all parties from the more significant areas in high priority. Large-scale rural events, identify these, where they would be allowed, and any necessary regulation that would relate to the noise standard, which is the next issue. Currently, noise limits are calculated over a 30-minute period, but excessive noise that doesn't last a full 30 minutes can still be detrimental, and it also doesn't take into account terrain of a property. Noise is measured from the property boundary. Next would be special events, special use permits, temporary uses. We would codify these for special events and include standards as needed. Next would be RV, small-scale tent, RV dome yurts. These would relate to very small-scale camping and RV and alternative experience sites where we could have a streamlined procedure allowed to, but would still ensure safe hookups to electric, water, and sewer. Chapter 12 reviews, specifically related to CIP, ICIP, impact fees, land use assumptions, level of service, and adequate facilities and funding. And then cell towers, looking at the federal timeline requirements. Our low priority would then start in fiscal year 27. That would include the development of countywide impact, Chapter 11, actually incorporating the oil and gas ordinance. At the moment, it's just cross-referenced, and completing regulations for things like feedlots, landfills, junkyards. DCI sections are a very heavy lift. because we have a lot of research needs to happen, a lot of outside contractors to draft specific standards. We would then have a zoning map amendment. This would include updating the SLDC use matrix and the zoning map to incorporate approved changes. The noticing for this is extensive. It's very time consuming. It will take considerable time and effort. It's recommended that this is done following the changes that I've discussed, because those changes may lead to additional changes in the use matrix. And that would mean that we wouldn't have to go back and do this twice. Other ordinance amendments that can run concurrently would include the business license and registration ordinance. As it is outdated, the procedure is different. This would be led by Building and Development Review, and we would have an effective target date for fiscal year 26. And also rules and regulations for county parks, trails, and open space is currently being reviewed and looked at and will be run by the planning division. So they could run at the same time as the priorities. And then the recommendation is adoption of the proposed ordinance prioritization plan for fiscal year 25. And I stand for questions.
Questions, Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis Green, soon to be Ms. Retired Ellis Green, and Chair Hughes. I almost called you Hamilton. I'm seeing something. I'm seeing something I'm not seeing. So I'm seeing something missing, and you know, I'm wondering where we have incentives built in. I see regulations throughout. This isn't a new conversation because I had participated in a conversation a number of years ago, but when we talk about regulations and specifically to sustainability incentives, right? So I would really very much appreciate seeing, to me it's a very interesting quandary we have as Santa Fe County. If we have regulations and we're looking to even bolster regulations around sustainability, but we have no way to really, code enforcement is strained, to say the least. So I don't really think good, more regulations that don't really do much. But if we can please integrate into this conceptually, that where we can build in incentives when we look at what a permit costs and have an incentive for placing. In other words, it's not going to be a little extra if you don't put your barrel, you're not going to get your permit. It's if you do a rain garden, this will actually cost a little less. But I'd like to see that type of creative thinking put into this process. So where can we replace regulatory requirements with incentives? Because those incentives, and I say this wholeheartedly, those incentives ultimately are investments by the county. So if we do cut someone a rate, that incentive, right, is an investment that will benefit the county at large. So I'd really like to see incentives. Specifically, I don't see a lot in here for alternative energy. Access to alternative energy. We have another problem in that we don't provide the energy. We are held by the PRC's approval of the PNM, of PNM being the sole utility provider in our specific areas, and just in our public comment, an individual saying, I can't get more solar. So if we are able to work to say that the county will make it a priority to identify ways for people to have more alternative energy resources, there again, in the long run, it's an investment in our community. So I ask for more references to alternative energy, water collection, reuse, and that we use the term incentivize and find ways to make it an incentive. So you can look and nod at me all you want, Missy, because I know you're out the door. But But our opportunity, I'm kidding you, Penny, I know you can laugh. We've laughed before. But you hear what I'm saying, and I need it for the record. We need to really make this an incentive rather than a regulation we cannot uphold, or other people won't comply with it and we don't have any way to follow up. Or we find ways for it to, this will cost less in this process if you make sure you're doing that. And I'm grateful for your presentation, your service of almost 30 years, and we all wonder why you just dropped 1 year short, but we appreciate you. So thank you, Penny Ellis Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. This isn't a list of all the changes. This is a list to prioritize. So all the discussion about incentives, absolutely, we would need to look at that. But we would go through the process of identifying all the changes, incentives, whatever they may be, as we start each one of these projects. So this memo doesn't include a list of everything we would be looking at.
Thank you.
Hanson.
I'll take
Mr. Green then.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Benny. I like the idea that Commissioner Bustamante mentioned about incentivizing things, but we are a decision land use board. So although we haven't really added and struck down things because it didn't meet our sustainability goals, we can, as a board, do that and say, come back with solar incorporated into your project. So it'd be nice to be able to say that, as well as to offer incentives to do this. But going through this, I found a few areas as well that were kind of missing. And so I'm going to read off a list of the 10 sustainability amendments, as it may be, that were slightly reorganized and some additional areas in here. But just for ease for the record, number one, efficient land use of land and infrastructure, i.e. clustered development and use of ADUs. Number two, agricultural land preservation and soil health. Number three, preservation of critical landscapes to include cultural land, environmentally sensitive areas, viewshed and escarpments, wetlands. Number four, preservation of pollinator landscapes and other habitats. Number five, rain and snow catchment. Number six, stormwater management and infiltration gardens. Number seven, walkable, bikeable, and transit-oriented communities. Number eight, night sky preservation. Number nine, energy efficiency. And number 10, integrated renewable energy. By integrated, I mean do not destroy virgin landscape, integrated on top of your disturbed areas. Then in the areas of affordability, affordability is a double-edged sword, and so affordability for very wealthy people, Aspen as a bad example, or our goal is not affordability across just for the rich. It's affordability for a very specific area of our community, which is our workforce. And so being very specific to workforce affordability. So by that, I had four areas that would be, number one, the ADU by right, also no penalties, and potentially obligatory at time of development of ADUs. So if you imagine somebody comes through with 700 units in their development, if a 20% inclusionary development of ADUs was put into that would allow for a very cost-effective development of an ADU. I've been told that ADUs built after the fact cost 125% of construction of a normal home, whereas an ADU that is built at time of development, when you're putting in the infrastructure and standing up the original home, that will end up costing close to 50 cents on the dollar for the additional unit. It is a substantial affordability opportunity that we need to take advantage of. Also, townhome, duplex, and innovative typologies for workforce affordability. Number three, incentives for workforce housing. Again, focusing on workforce typologies. And number four, strategic housing for our first responders and our critical civic workforce. So when we go to chapter 13, affordable housing, I'm wondering what specific needs have we identified? Have we heard? I haven't heard anything up to now this has been a priority, but it's okay. I would love to understand some of those changes that are necessary right now to understand where that needs to be put in there. But Then an idea for number 4 is getting into the streamlined permitting process and the digitization of our submission process. Not only will it be faster permitting and easier use of plan review, but it'll also be much more cost-effective and environmentally sensitive without having to cut down a tree for every building permit set and every revision. I think we should have online permitting for minor projects such as rooftop solar, water harvesting, small carports, small residential remodels, and additions. These should be a checklist of easy to apply online minor project classifications, so some of these projects can just be streamlined. And again, digital submissions for all projects. Another area that I think that we need to look at is walkable communities, creating a scorecard for walkability, creating a rural profile for roads that have sidewalks, trails, bike lanes, and things like that, so that we can have walkable communities and people aren't walking in the middle of roads. And then integrated live, work, and community scale commercial located at the entry to communities and at community centers. Small scale commercial strips or commercial boxes that are under 2,000 square feet, but provide an opportunity for a small restaurant or community bar or community center of any type to allow for some people to work and live in their community. Also, streetscapes and curb appeal. I find a lot of developments are starting to have a lot of walls around them. And so I would hope that we could have some streetscape studies to preserve some of these things. This goes to public safety. It goes to preservation of the rural fabric. If you have walls along a highway, it doesn't seem rural anymore. It just seems like an urban landscape. And then I'm going to say lastly, renderings and public drawings for site plans. When we have a project that comes before us, we should ask the architects in our own planning growth management department to be able to post the drawings of what this is going to look like in a very easy and accessible set of a public rendering, a site plan, things that might give more information to our community and allay the fears, right? If I see this in the city, you see large, big yellow signs that scare the daylights out of our neighbors as they walk or drive down the street. All it would take is a drawing that somebody say, oh my God, that's not a bad project. I actually stand in favor of that. And so for us to lead by example and to put drawings up ahead of time, either posted at the site or posted on our website would be wonderful to give that transparency to the community. I'll leave it as those are my priorities. I would love to have broadband incorporated into it, EV infrastructure as well. But thank you very much. Congratulations, and you're getting out just in time. That's for this, right? Yeah.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Penny, for putting this together before you leave. I know that this is a very high level, and I'm grateful for the work that you've done. A lot of the things that Commissioner Green spoke about happen to actually be in the Community College District Plan. And, that we tried to extend that. And when we did Oshara, we all had tons of drawings. I don't know why renderings have gone away, but I think it's a good thing for developers to make beautiful renderings. It might help developers not be so disliked by communities. And walkable communities was definitely also part of the community college plan, and is still was incorporated into the SLDC, I believe. One of the things that I think we need to take into consideration is that whenever the state updates their energy efficiency, that we be ready to update our SLDC at the same time. That's what we did in 2020 or 2021, I can't remember, but the state updated their energy efficiency, and then we followed suit. And I think that that is a good way to do energy efficiency and stay in touch so that, like when we have the 2025 or whatever next iteration of the energy efficiency plan from the state, we're ready to update that at the same time. On the noise standards, the biggest thing I hear consistently is people's unhappiness with the muffler sounds. Now, there's no way that 30 minutes of muffler sounds is going to be able to be quantified because it's speeding down the highway in a neighborhood or in a village. And it's not just in the city that people are affected by this, it's also in the traditional historic village of Agua Fria. I'm sure it's in the village of La Cienega, and so somehow it's upon us and our responsibility to push the state to make a stronger regulation that, you can't, there is a state rule that you can't have these loud noises, but this is another place where it's kind of product or producer responsibility, like what we talked about with the plastic ordinance. It is, somebody has to be installing these loud mufflers. And so they are the people who need to be held account because it is disturbing people's peace and quiet. And that is what I constantly hear. I mean, I hear it in my neighborhood. I'm sure Penny hears it. I'm sure some of us hear it. I don't know about El Dorado. I don't know if you have that problem out there. But if you don't, lucky for you. But
We're lucky in El Dorado, yes.
So, and I don't think that Commissioner Hamilton hears it in Glorieta, but the rest of us, all can attest to it. So I think that when we think about these noise standards, we have to think about it in a really different manner than what we've thought about it in the past. Like, I know that the noise standard that we're talking about is for weddings or for events or, parties that go past 10 o'clock and people are, up in arms, and it's a consistent kind of thing. And of course, we need to pay attention to that and regulate that. I think the business license and registration ordinance is something that is needs to kind of be high on the priority list because it is so antiquated. I'm happy to see talking about RVs and small-scale tents, and that's really a part of the short-term rental phenomena, and somehow making sure that we allow people to have that ability. In many ways, I agree with both what Commissioner Bustamante and Green said about numerous things, but I also want to point out that pollinators, we have passed resolutions to protect them. It's in our strategic plan. And so I'm thinking that things that are in our strategic plan are going to be incorporated into the SLDC because they're already things that we are working on. I would really like to find a solution for the people who cannot get connections to solar energy. I mean, that is, to me, I know it's a PRC issue, it is a PNM issue, but possibly the county needs to mandate PNM to provide these services. I don't know if that's possible or if something we can do, but I would like to see some kind of rule that says, you have to provide this. This is basic infrastructure. This is not the future. This is now. I only noticed one typo in the whole thing, and that is under the community solar regulation. It says it was enacted in 2002, and it was actually, I know it's supposed to be 2022. But it's the only typo I found, but there could be others, but that one jumped out at me. Otherwise, I know that this is just the beginning of a work plan, and it's going to be up to the new director, whoever that may be, to come back to this board and solidify and work with the board on the myriad issues that are faced. But I want to thank you, Penny, for your hard work on all of these issues. I know that the short-term rental was a horrible thing to have to do, and I apologize, but at the same time, it was so important that we did that, and I feel like we were a leader, and I know that was really a heavy lift to get done. I know the hard rock mining ordinance was also another really heavy lift, and I want to recognize and thank you for that, because I am grateful that we made that kind of progress, that we can use that as an example to the rest of New Mexico and the rest of the United States, because it's an incredible ordinance that we passed. And so thank you for all of that hard work on that. And the many other things that you have worked on with us as a board in my 7.5 years here. I've known you for much longer than that because of my time with Oshara Village, and constantly being in your office in this building with numerous different senior planners and working with them. And I'm so happy that that Oshara had these beautiful drawings of what the village would look like. And if you go out there now 20 years later, that is what the village looks like. We still don't have the commercial there, but it is a beautiful, small little village that that has actually lived up to its drawings. And the more we can do things like that, that, make people feel like they have a community. I mean, Oshara is a small little village, and the people feel really committed to that village. And I think that those are the kind of areas and things that we want to see happen in Santa Fe County, because it's a reflection of our history and our culture. I'm sure I could go on, but for the moment, I'll stop and thank you once again for everything. And I wish you incredible happiness and enjoyment and fulfillment in the years to come.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Anything else? And I just want to say I agree with Commissioner, all three, the comments, but I'm going to save my comments for when we get into the discussion of each one, because I think this is just setting priorities. Would someone care to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I would like to request approval of proposed prioritization plan for amendments to the Sustainable Land Development Code and other ordinances.
Second.
Is there a discussion?
Yes, please.
Mr. Green?
Thank you very much. So are we basically taking it as presented, or are we amending it to discuss the things that we all brought up here?
My suggestion is to take it as written. These were just the priorities, not all the details. My recommendation is those details can get printed out of the record for future reference, but this wasn't I don't think it was intended for this session to be, to have to list every single other priority or discuss it. I mean, it's details, and it's very valid, and, you know, I'm sure it'll be helpful, but as each section is done, that's when all that detail needs to be introduced. And if this is the only, I mean, this is would be an entirely inappropriate way to have to do every detail that all of us want to see in these revisions. I mean, it would be it's an inadequate opportunity to present those details.
And also,
so I just see no reason to expand it.
And I also think that they're now part of the record. They were read into the record, so they're there.
They're read into the record, but without acknowledgement or vote from the board, so they can be disregarded as.
No,
I
no,
don't.
they can't. No, they can't be. The whole process is intended to incorporate in these inputs, but I mean, this particular time, you know, I specifically refused to list all the things that I think should be priorities for this as each thing right now, because as each thing comes up, that's when it's supposed to be brought up, and all your list, as fabulous as your list of priorities were, it's not complete. It doesn't include my input. It doesn't include staff input. It doesn't include discussion. It doesn't include input from the experts that are coming. I mean, it's like they're great ideas, and they'll have their place as these things are developed.
Okay. From my perspective, this is a discussion, right? This is, you're adopting something, and a real discussion says, here's what staff says, and we get to put things back, and it comes back 2 weeks later and says, we incorporated these things and take them in discussion.
Yes, I agree, but that's not what's happening here. This is just, are these priorities for what order their office is going to tackle these things? Is this priority acceptable to you? It's not the discussion of content. At least, I mean, I may be completely wrong, but that's my
Also,
belief.
a lot of the things that you read, Commissioner Green, are already in the strategic plan and are already in SLDC, and so they're kind of redundant.
A lot of everything that's on here is already in the strategic plan and is in the thing, but this was an interpretation of both of those to prioritize, and there were gaps in it. And so I personally think that there should be, this is an issue of, do you just take or do you discuss? And so we seem to accept a lot of work here.
I'm sorry, I disagree. It's not an issue of just taking, not discussing. I seriously disagree. If any, I didn't see that the things you presented changed the sequence that's being recommended. If you want to change the sequence of the overall topics, that's an entirely different thing. What I heard was all kinds of additions, like when you're doing affordability, this is what you should consider. When you're, and in that case, you know, I disagree that we should revise the memo, because there's lots of inputs that aren't being offered.
I had six items that I had added that I thought were priority that were not listed, but that's totally, whether it's walkable communities, whether it's safe streetscapes and dealing with streetscapes, whether it's renderings and site plans as a requirement of permitting, EV infrastructure, broadband inclusion in all development plans. Some of them are very minor and very easy to include into something. Some of them are much heavier lifts, as the expression goes. I just think that there's an opportunity for us to look at this comprehensively. There's no rush.
I think this is a work plan, not, and those things need to be put when they're being written and worked on. That you'll have the next 2 years to put those things into the plan, because things will come back and forth, and they will be written and rewritten. And if I'm wrong, somebody tell me, but that's what I've experienced here, is that things get rewritten and you get to put input in. This is a schedule of how to do some of those things. Those are actually the things you want to do. To me, it's semantics.
Okay. I disagree, but thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Go for it.
If I may, out of
Go ahead.
sincerity, I understand what you're saying, and I trust that this will go that way, because it'll come before us again, and that's when the rubber hits the road. Like, that's when we're going to see, this is a proposal for the priorities, and when it's time to really review that document, that's when all bets are off. I'm confident.
Some
I'm
of
with you on that.
Thank
Like,
you.
if
Some
it's
of the
not-
things are just, pardon me, but yeah. Some of the things just are not in this, and so I tried to add them into this. I don't know if they were some things that you agree with or not, but without us discussing them maybe one by one, and maybe I should have put them as individualized items for us to discuss as something in this. I just like to take stuff de facto is starting to get a little concerning.
I don't see that what we're voting on eliminates the things you added.
Of course not. Well, it could be. It could be absolutely ignored without an amendment.
Yeah, but you're going to be here for 2 years, so you're going to remind us.
Well, then you guys disagree with it. Then you're voting against it.
I just totally disagree with that.
That's fine.
Because so many of the things that you just said, and you agreed, are already in the strategic plan. And the strategic plan is what guides the SLDC. And this is a work plan of what things need to be worked on as we move forward. And those things on the strategic plan will be included in this work plan. I mean, that's what I've seen happen. You know, like pollinators are already part of the work plan and have already been put into practice by sustainability and different areas. So, and a number of other things have already been put into practice that you were bringing up, but not added to a work plan or a list of how to work on things over the next couple of years. And I'm grateful to Penny putting this together, because I'm sure it was no easy task.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, just to clarify, what we're looking for today is a prioritization so staff can focus on sustainability amendments, affordability, and affordable housing. And as part of that, we have a lot of research to do. We have a lot of stakeholders to speak to. That would include every single member of the board. Before we draft, we would come back for direction with all the options laid out. So today, it wouldn't be to say sustainability needs to include this, this, and this. It would be to say we're focusing on the high priorities, and that until we're done with those, we don't move on to the medium priorities and the low priorities. So that's what we're looking for, so we can take our staff time, be efficient, and focus on those three priorities.
Thank you for clarifying that.
All right, I think we can vote on the motion made by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any other, any noes or abstains? No. Okay.
Thank you.
Penny. So that moves us on to number 10, matters from the county manager.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Three very quick updates. First, just wanted to acknowledge you're all part of this pilot program, but we are in the process of doing a pilot transition to Microsoft 365. This is to set the groundwork and to help facilitate the rollout to the entire county of Microsoft 365 during fiscal year 2025. So wanted to thank you, as well as your liaisons and others, for their participation in this soft partial launch of that migration. Has the promise to help the efficiency of the county and to improve how we go about collaborating and working together on various projects. Secondly, wanted to announce or reiterate the announcement of a new pilot program designed to help facilitate and encourage county employees who reside in Santa Fe County to volunteer for our fire department as volunteer support responders. It's but one way in which county residents can volunteer to support the fire department. It's a need that the county has to support our regional as well as district members when they are in fact answering the call to respond. But hopefully it's also a stepping stone or bridge, if you will, to greater volunteer opportunities and volunteerism on behalf of Santa Fe County employees. So in a nutshell, we'll be offering administrative leave for individuals who are willing to volunteer in that capacity and receive the training to do so. And we look forward to seeing what the results of this pilot program are as we again try to support the fire chief and the fire department in increasing our volunteer numbers. Lastly, we will be reaching out to the board to schedule probably 2 special meetings relative to capital and our final budget. Target dates would be the 21st and 28th of June, but there is some flexibility. We're trying to build appropriate meeting schedule around the public hearings on the ICIP. So be on the lookout for communications on those special meetings from Sarah Smith in the county manager's office. And again, our final budget is not due until to DFA until the end of July, so there is flexibility as to dates, and DFA doesn't approve the final budget until on or about September 1st. So again, we've got time to complete that process, but would like to get at it in June per the work plan that we had provided to the board. Those are the updates I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And then matters from the county commission.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if I can have one more thing that I forgot, excuse me, is that we did partner with the Santa Fe Public Schools Work-Based Learning Program and the New Mexico Public Education Department this year relative to our high school summer internship program. Our goal is to hire interns to participate in the 20-hour per week, 8-week program. We've extended the application deadline through Friday of this week, and our hope is to have interns who are selected to start next Monday. So forgive me for that, Mr. Chair. But again, we are pleased to announce the receipt of that $60,000 grant from the state to support our summer internship program. Thank you.
Okay, that's interesting. Commissioner Bustamante, can we start with you?
Sure, thank you. Commissioner Hughes, and thank you for allowing the conversation because I'm grateful for the learning opportunity sincerely. I want to just bring up that we have an opportunity at the end of this week to really look at the workflow. It's inspiring to listen to the county assessor talk about the workflow and review of the workflow through the assessor's office. And at the end of this week, we have an opportunity to look at the workflow. We've always had the opportunity. For some reason, we've had hurdles, and I'm asking at this point that we all consider the opportunity to look at the workflow. I'm sorry that Assistant County Manager Cordova stepped out, as he is the interim over growth management, but I think right out of the blocks, there needs to be an establishment of deadlines for making the application process. At least start with an online request, if not find every possible way to streamline that, put it online, make it more accessible to the public. And I say these in very general ways, but in the interest of not having ideas lost, we have a real opportunity to start to move things away from, towards something more positive, let me put it that way, and then establish a time-based system for the review of applications that assures timely communication and processing, at least if there's regular communication and there are any holdups, but I'm not saying anything to disclose that there have been applications that were put in and are 5 years later, and that shouldn't be news to anyone, and that needs to go away. So we have a real opportunity to address specifically the ease and the capability to receive those applications, and this really comes from the inspirational presentation by the Assessor's Office in making things very accessible to the public, and we have a real opportunity for growth management to work along those lines. I am not going to move away from the opportunity for incentives. I've had that conversation in this particular building for decades, and after having spent some time, specifically when I was working waste management, in how we can actually incentivize, I am aware of other counties in the country when I was with the National Recycling Coalition on how incentives can actually build assets in the community. And I am not naive to it, and that is a flag I will carry even when my eyes get rolled at me, which has happened before, but on the other side of the dais. So that's all I really have. I'm grateful for the support that we have for the PFAS issue, continuing, looking forward to the WPAC meeting tomorrow night, the special meeting. The request has come from the community as it appears that there are landowners who have tenants and are not receiving the communication regarding the contaminants because the landowner doesn't actually live in the community. So it has been requested that we actually mail the information about the wells directly to all landowners, so some people will get it again, but for those who are landlords and are not present and seeing the signs and going to community meetings, those who are tenants have said the landlord may or may not be taking it seriously. They're not even sure they know about it, et cetera, et cetera. So I put that out there in the interest of getting this information just a little further permeated into the community. And that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you. First, I want to say, don't get off the to Commissioner Bustamante the idea of incentives. I've been talking about them and have, with Penny's group and with sustainability, and it's really, really important and valuable. And I hope nobody rolls their eyes at you. And I think this is a good opportunity for you guys are going to have for the next several years in the SLDC revision. That would be good. And then I want to just say Coffee with the Commission is going to be Wednesday, June 12th at 5:30 to 6:30 at Hondo Station 2, and it's in person.
Okay, Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and everybody. First thing, I wanted to let everybody know, if you didn't know this, the President Biden appointed Ike White as to serve on the Defense Nuclear Facility Safety Board. Many people think that is a good thing. He has been the environmental management acting senior member that I have met with for the last number of years in Washington, D.C. and headquarters. And so it's an exciting thing because he's well-versed in many of the environmental management cleanup, and he knows many of us, and I consider the Defense Nuclear Facility Safety Board one of the most important boards that protect us from LANL and from Sandia and from WIP, and are the people who report all the spills and all the accidents that happen. And so I think it will be an interesting time for the Defense Nuclear Facility Safety Board. They're usually a board of 5, and they have been missing members for quite some time. So thank you, President Biden. Also, the new EM manager and leader will be Candace Robinson. And she has quite an extensive history, but I thought the most interesting thing that we would all appreciate is that she was a former county commissioner. And so she will be working on overseeing the cleanup of LANL. And I look forward to working with her and meeting her. So on a national level, that's all I have to say. On a local level, on June 1st is the Casa Allegra 75-year anniversary picnic, which will be held at the Salazar Green from 11 to 1. And anybody in Casa Allegra, please join us. It will be a really fun event. And we're having people tell stories and keep history. Also, my coffee and tea for June will be June 8th. And I've invited community service Jennifer Romero to come and speak about the Connect program and all the things that community service is doing. Also, La Familia is having an open house on June 7th at 1035 Alto Street, and since that's one of the organizations that we support, I thought it would be really important that we show up, and that will be in the afternoon, I believe. I'll find out the exact time. And I think that's all I have for the moment.
Hey, Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had a tour of the Gateway Center down in Albuquerque about a week ago, about 10 days ago, where we brought, I think I announced it, but I'll tell you the results of it. It was a pretty interesting tour of a all-in-one homeless and unsheltered community center that took over the old Loveless Hospital, and had a solution that was pretty comprehensive, not all encompassing, but pretty comprehensive as a solution where folks were not put on the street every morning and forced to live on the street for 12 hours a day. They were given shelter and given a good set of services, wraparound services, from detox to medical services to behavioral health and mental health alongside of this. And so this solution seems to be a good place for Santa Fe County to look at in partnership with both the city of Santa Fe and with the Espanola community, which are both struggling with homelessness. And I'm sure there's a place for Santa Fe County to work on this. To that point, I've had a meeting with a working group up that is Espanola-based, that is looking for support for a solution for their situation up there. And then today, I met with the mayor of Santa Fe to talk about the ideas that where we could collaborate on this for the Santa Fe market. So I look forward to working with community services and our team to figure out where we can fill this spectrum of support, whether it's in a facility or whether it's in behavioral health or the other aspects that Santa Fe County is already involved in, how we can fill that. I want to thank you all for voting for the resolution to put a free waste disposal bin up in Chimayo earlier. It was on the consent calendar. I was up in Chimayo twice in the last 2 weeks. Once was for San Ysidro Day, And during that day, they had a great event at the museum and on the plaza, and that's where the idea for they're doing a cleanup on the 1st, and during the cleanup, there will be basically taking down and cleaning up the plaza up in Chimayo. If you know the plaza up there, it's an amazing old remnant of old Spanish colonialism. And it has been overgrown for years, and we are going to do our part to help them clean it up. It'll be their labor, our dumpster. So thank you for voting for that. We also met with the post office up there, and we've hoped to have some better news or some good news about post office solutions up there in the next few weeks. Lastly, on broadband, we submitted a challenge for 8 areas in Santa Fe County, made up of a couple thousand homes. That's the good news of this. A lot of work went into this. The bad news was it was a moving target. And it looks like OBE, the state Office of Broadband, moved the goalposts in the middle of this 30-day period. And so, Jeff, if the attorney's office can sit with me for a few minutes to go over ways that we can respond to them and show that this was not really fair for all of us. There were areas that were left off of our challenge map that we thought were going to be easy challenges. And there was one that is a very key area in Glorieta that we could not successfully challenge. And we know for a fact that this needs that challenge. La Cienega, same thing. Easy challenge. It was highlighted and targeted for a challenge. We could not challenge it. And because of the rules that were moved at the last minute or were made aware of to us at the last minute, and we weren't able to do it. Areas, the Agua Fria Village, another area. Commissioner Hughes, Chair Hughes, your area seems pretty well covered, but we did actually get to challenge some areas in El Dorado that we thought were going to be easy, more difficult to challenge. But it was a real weird patchwork, and we spent a lot of time and energy on it. Staff did a great job. We really worked it hard, but at the last minute, they really seemed to move the goalposts on us. And so we're a little disappointed, and we'd like to respond to OBE to say, don't leave us out on the cold in this. There were over 500 submissions to the questionnaire that we put out there. It was amazing. We have the results that were put into a report that we'll be able to use for future projects out there. I'd be happy to distribute it to you for all so you can see what your community came up with. It is beautiful. The amounts of responses and heartfelt pleas for help for broadband was really beautiful. And it was, we had thought we were going to get less than 50 responses, and we got over 500. So that was wonderful. Lastly, I just want to remind everybody that Election Day is coming up in a week from today for the primary. Please go out and vote, everybody. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to thank you for staying on top and doing such a powerful job on the broadband stuff. That's incredibly helpful. Some of what you reported is incredibly disappointing, but I can't say it's surprising.
Sadly, I agree.
The state office.
Our challenges should open up. Somebody estimated anywhere from $20 to $30 million worth of projects potentially, but there were at least we protested. We challenged 8 areas. We had at least another 8 areas that we thought were going to be easy slam dunks that are going to be left out in the cold, and we need to definitely address how they're going to be delivered to those areas.
Yeah.
Thank you for your appreciation.
Hanson, you had one more thing.
Yes, I'm sorry. So last year, I remember that we sent a letter, or I believe Commissioner Hughes and I sent a letter, and I thought it went to the board. At the moment, I can't find the letter. But it seems that the U.S. Department of Agriculture Animal and Plant Health Inspection has decided to spray this insecticide that we stopped last year again. And the spraying will poison wildlife, plants, and community, contaminate the Rio Chama lands and river. which would contaminate the Rio Grande and the Santa Fe and the Albuquerque aquifer. I believe we sent a letter, but I know I brought it up to the commission, and at the moment I can't find it, but that might be because it was a letter and so it didn't get recorded. Do you remember that, Karen?
I do, I remember.
And everyone seems to remember it. We just can't find the previous letter. But anyhow, I'm hoping I will have Kim share the information to New Mexico BLM and to the U.S. Department of Agriculture with calls. And it's Eric Valencia, who is at New Mexico BLM field office, and I'll make sure that we all bombard him with their opposition to that, and I will work on a letter also.
Yeah, great. And maybe we'll have time to vote on it, and maybe not, but
Before it happens.
Yeah.
But, yes.
yeah. Thank you.
There's a huge infestation of grasshoppers is what's happening. And so they've had a year, and they could have gotten some of this no-low bait that actually, stops them from reproducing. And so what I don't understand is why they didn't go that path. No-low is, it's effective, and it's not poisonous, and it doesn't hurt anybody else except for the grasshoppers, and just stops them from reproducing.
Well, that's good.
Yes. So I just wanted to share that too. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. In District 5, I just wanted to share there's 2 events coming up. June 1st is the ribbon cutting for the Nicholas Sanchez Memorial Park in the Carlson neighborhood, 11 o'clock. There will be snacks if that encourages anybody to come. And also June 6th at 5:30 in the evening, we're doing Hour with Hank, and that will be devoted largely to the Route 14, which the community is concerned about, the safety on that road. And I think there are some road reports to do from our department. And in addition to that, I think that's it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I needed to ask, I apologize. The Transportation Committee was going to have a report by the end of May regarding the use of cameras. Do you know anything about that? The speed cameras?
No.
Had been a commitment to have their evaluation done by the end of May.
Was that the road department was going to have it done, or the Transportation Committee?
The Transportation Committee.
Was it Transportation Advisory Committee? Let me follow up to confirm exactly what that bogey was and what the status is. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be good for Route 14 as well. That moves us to item 11, right? Oh no, other elected officials. Are there any concerns from other elected officials?
There are no, Mr. Chair, there are no elected officials online.
Okay. And now matters from the county attorney. Attorney Young, you want to tell us what we're doing?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. A couple items here. The first item relates to the executive session, and we just need a statement for inclusion in the record on that. At the May 24th meeting, which was our previous meeting, or sorry, not May 14th, May 24th, May 14th meeting, the Board of County Commissioners went into executive session at the end of the meeting and did not reconvene an open meeting. So consequently, the board was unable to include in the minutes of the May 14th meeting the statement required by the Open Meetings Act, which is matters discussed during the closed meeting were limited only to those specified in the motion for closure. So therefore, we'd be seeking a motion to have the minutes of the meeting reflect that the matters discussed during the May 14th meeting executive session were limited to only those specified in the motion for closure.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay.
Okay, and then the second item is actually our executive session for this evening, and I would ask that we go into executive session to discuss threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant as allowed by Section 10-15-1H7 and MSA 1978. Two items. Number one, City of Santa Fe versus Board of County Commissioners, First Judicial District Court, case number D101CV 2023-01555. And the second, Joseph Sanchez Jr. versus Board of County Commissioners of the County of Santa Fe, First Judicial District Court, Santa Fe County, case number D101CV 2024-01200.
Okay, and we're not adjourning, right, because we're coming back for potential action?
I don't know that we will actually have any potential action at this time. So I think the board, if
I
you'd
would
like.
allow for that possibility.
Okay, sure. Okay. Let's come back then. I don't think the actual executive session will last too terribly long. I'd say maybe 30 minutes or so.
Okay, so who wants to make a motion? Commissioner Hamilton?
Mr. Chair, I'll move that we go into executive session to discuss the matters just outlined by the county attorney, and knowing that we'll come back in case there are any actions to be taken.
And I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Green. Can we call the roll?
Commissioner Anna Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hansen?
Yes.
Commissioner Camila Bustamante?
Yes.
And Chair Hank Hughes?
Yes. Okay, so adjourn to executive session.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragog, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragog, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard. Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard. Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard. Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragog, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard. Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard. Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard. Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Yes.
I'd like to move that we come out of executive session, noting that the only things that were discussed were those things that were listed in our motion to go into session.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? Nope. Okay.
Is there any closing business?
Any announcements? No announcements?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, motion by Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay.